Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the September 26th Planning Board meeting. Sorry for the delay. We had a little technical glitch, but we're ready to roll. So hope everyone had a nice summer. And we'll start by, if I can get a motion to approve the after action report for the July 25th, 2023 meeting.
Motion to approve.
We get a second?
A second.
Tanya seconded. All in favor?
Yes.
All
Yes.
opposed? Okay. Well, now with that, I will turn it over to the city attorney for disclosures and swearing in the public.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the Planning Board will be conducted in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the temporary commission chambers at the Miami Beach Convention Center, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate virtually via Zoom, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon in the Zoom app or by dialing *9 if they're participating by phone. Next, I'd like to read our notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's one change to the agenda today. Rogelio, why don't you share with us on item 6, the 6th Street overlay?
Item 6, that's file number PB23-0592, the 6th Street overlay, will be withdrawn from this agenda. It's going to be re-referred to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee and the Planning Board. Most likely that's going to happen at the next City Commission meeting. So for today, the item is withdrawn.
Thank you. So the first item will be let's start with request for continuances, which is number 2 on the agenda, Planning Board file 230622 Collins Canal Historic Designation.
So we don't need any action for this item either. The item is going to be renoticed. We have to send a mail notice to the public, so that's going to happen. It'll be renoticed for the November meeting.
Great. Okay, so then the first thing on the agenda is item number 4, Planning Board file 210435, revocation modification hearing for the Lincoln Eatery.
So this item has been on the agenda for several months. Currently, there are several violations that are on the property. Those violations have been appealed to the special magistrate. There's also some other activities happening in court. The appeals have not yet been resolved, and there are still fines owed on the violations. So as a result, staff recommends that the outdoor entertainment on the rooftop remain suspended, so no action is necessary for that, and that the hearing be continued to the November meeting. And that's all we have.
Okay, do you want us to hear argument on it, or do you want us to move to continue
If you
it?
want to open the public hearing, I think there may be a comment to move the continuance.
Okay. Alfredo?
Good morning. Alfredo Gonzalez on behalf of the applicant, the property owner.
we agree there are a lot of outstanding issues, including fines, and court cases have been dismissed, and we have hearings pending.
Wait,
They
court-
appeal,
court
they
case was
appealed the special magistrate, appealed the special magistrate's rulings and on the violations. But they filed the appeal, and a one-page appeal, and never followed up on it. The courts dismissed it. I got from the city attorney's office, Frosting's office, sent me the dismissal. And we also have hearings pending for summary judgment in the next month.
okay,
before-
the state court case
the
is
state
still
court
pending.
case is still pending, and there's a contempt order that they owe fees there as well. What I'm asking, if we could continue it to the December meeting, I will not be available in November, and I'd like to be at the hearing. If that's possible, so that we can continue to December instead, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Is anyone in chambers here to speak on this item? Anyone on Zoom?
I don't have access to the Zoom list.
Oh.
PJ, is there anyone on Zoom with their hands raised?
No one on Zoom?
No one on Zoom.
Okay, close the public hearing. Any board members have a problem with a continuance?
No?
Okay. All right, someone want to move it to December?
I'll move.
Second.
Do we need a roll call,
Okay.
or can we?
We can do it by acclamation. if-
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Okay, December, Alfredo.
Thank you.
That'll be, for the record, that's December 19th.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item is item number 5, Planning Board File 23059, 0599 1120 Bay Drive Lot Split.
Okay.
Page 53 of the packets.
Okay. So this is a continued item for a lot split located at 1120 Bay Drive. The proposal was to split one parcel that consists of 3 platted lots into 3 individual buildable parcels. The staff had recommended that there be a condition to limit the unit size to 40% of each new lot as a result of looking at the average unit sizes of the lots in that vicinity. Due to some discussion and a request of the applicant, the planning board continued the item to the September meeting. Staff continues to maintain the same recommendation that the unit size be limited to 40%. And staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached draft order. So I can go into more detail on the analysis if you'd like, but we did that at the July meeting. So up
You know,
to you.
let's hear from the applicant, and then if we need more information from you, we'll get it.
Okay.
Good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, representing the applicant Bay Drive Realty LLC. I'm joined by our architect Cesar Molina and the owner of Bay Drive Realty LLC, Jamie Lafrac, and members of his team, David Zeledin and Danny Salas, and also joined by my colleagues Matt Amster, Jeff Burkow, and Michael Larkin, the whole team here today. So if we could quickly pull up the presentation. We'll just, so we did get some questions on the background here of the developer and the owner. So Lafrac Design and Development is a nationwide developer. They're perhaps best known for their One Hotel and Residence project, which is an adaptive reuse of the Gansevoort Hotel. And then more recently, they purchased the properties at 1006 and 1022 Bay Drive, and they're investing over $2 million in the community here to bring an adaptive reuse project of new residences to North Beach. But this project, while those are more traditional development projects, this project is more of a personal project for Mr. Lafrac, who actually lives here in Miami Beach, and his whole family lives here in Miami Beach. So this project is, as we discussed at the last meeting, a family planning project to build homes for his children. So just to recap on the context, this is 1120 Bay Drive. This is the existing lot, and it jumps out of the aerial right away. How out of context this lot is. It really is the largest lot in the neighborhood by far. It's an existing triple aggregated lot, and it just does not match the scale and context of everything that's around it. So we're proposing, as a recap, to split it into the original 3 platted lots that underlie it. And as staff mentioned, there is no objection to splitting it into 3 lots. The only condition is that we reduce the unit size to 40% based on staff statistical analysis. based on the development trend in the neighborhood and what we've looked at in terms of our area analysis, we believe the home should be allowed to remain at the code permitted maximum of 50%. And we do have support of the Normandy South Homeowners Association and some support from the neighborhood, most notably Marguerite Ramos, the former HOA president. So just a reminder as to the proposed homes. They're resiliently designed homes. They're elevated to base flood elevation +2. We're providing more open space than is required by the code. And what that does is allows us to retain all 100% of the stormwater on site. We're also going to be complying with the heat island ordinance by providing permeable pavers, high albedo surface materials, and homes that comply with modern energy standards. So this is really an infusion of investment into the neighborhood, and that's a big reason why the HOA chose to, rather than remain silent, chose to submit a letter of support because they really want this investment in their community of these new homes. And it's important to note that there was recently an article covering how difficult it's getting to provide financing and insurance for these homes that are below flood elevation. And this infusion of investment and redevelopment of housing stock in these neighborhoods is becoming really important in order to keep these neighborhoods financeable and insurable. So as we discussed, we did our own area analysis of all the 48 lots on the Bay Drive waterfront side. And what we found is that the requested lot size of around 8,900 square feet is really consistent with what you see along the entire frontage of Bay Drive. And specifically, we see that there are about 18, perhaps even 19 lots that are less than 10,000 square feet. And if you raise that threshold by just a little bit, you capture well over half of the lots in the neighborhood being under 10,000 or around 10,500 or 11,000 square feet. So what we're proposing in terms of lot size is really not out of character with the neighborhood at all, and certainly not considered one home on top of the other. And here, this image just really shows how in certain portions on the waterfront of Bay Drive, there are areas where there are 6 or 7 or 8 single platted lots right next to each other with relatively large homes. And as these homes become redeveloped over time, the development trend is to make the most efficient use of the lot possible. And you can see in this image, there's a vacant lot there, and that vacant lot more than likely will be developed with a home, and the maximum unit size will be 50%. And all that we're requesting here today is to have the same development rights as these other empty lots in the neighborhood, in fairness to the applicant and in fairness to a uniform application of the zoning code, rather than an ad hoc use of the zoning code when there's a lot split versus when there's not a lot split. Going further into the development trend in the neighborhood, we see that here's an example of a home slightly over 10,000 square feet that is up at 49.3% unit size. Another example of a renovation of a home that actually went above the 50% unit size on a lot that's actually smaller than what we're proposing. These are 2 contemporary homes that were developed and approved in 2021 and 2022 on smaller lots than what is being proposed, and unit sizes that are up above 40%. So it's very clear when you look at everything that's been developed after the 40s and 50s of the original housing stock of the neighborhood, that everything is being developed at a higher unit size. And then for good measure, we included this home, which is just an example of a much larger home. So by no means are the homes that we're proposing the largest homes in the neighborhood. They're 2,000 square feet or 1,000 square feet smaller than the largest homes in the neighborhood. So as mentioned, we did speak with the HOA multiple times, and they eventually became comfortable with the idea of supporting the application with written support, and they're specifically in support of the 50% unit size. And there's a general sense in the community that they want this investment, they want new luxury homes in the neighborhood, and they also don't want themselves to be limited to 40% unit size if they were to come to the planning board for a lot split. There are many people that own double lots or even larger lots, and they don't want to be penalized for bringing the lot sizes back to the original development and scale of the neighborhood, which was an original platted lot size of around 8,900 square feet. We also have a letter of support from the former president, Marguerite Ramos, and she lives at 1530 Bay Drive, and she was the president of the HOA for 26 years, has seen many of these types of applications go through, and she is also in support of a 50% unit size, not just the project in general, but with the proposed not limitation on the unit size. So we did receive some neighbor concerns prior to the last meeting. We wanted to highlight them and reach out to them. So we did reach out to Patty Hanau at 1145 Bay Drive. Her concerns were mostly related to the logistics of the construction, the development timeline. Mr. Lafrac reached out to her personally to establish a line of communication, neighbor to neighbor, owner to owner, and addressed her concerns about the construction and the development timeline. And so the board knows, and what was shared with her is that the development timeline really isn't intended to build the homes right away. It's for his children, and his children are still not of age to be owning the homes. But he's planning, a few years down the road to go through the DRB process and develop the homes. But in order to engage in the family planning process that he's trying to engage in, he has to start with the lot split, get the lot split approved, and then go to the next step of actually designing and building the homes. We did not hear back from Mrs. Hanau, but if we're happy to work with her and answer any questions that she may have. And then as it relates to 1150 Bay Drive, that property is owned by an LLC, RV Quinta LLC. We have reached out to the Rojas brothers, Luis Fernando and Hector. They did not reach back out to us, although we continued to try to reach out to them. But what we did was we incorporated their concerns about privacy anyways into the design, despite not hearing back from them. And we'll show you now what the design updates that we've made to address their concerns, mainly about privacy. So we've added additional architectural screening that we'll show you in renderings now. We've enhanced the landscaping on the shared property line. And we also want to highlight the resilience benefits of the new homes, being raised to base flood elevation +2, our driveways being composed of porous materials, 100% of stormwater on site, which is always a concern for a neighbor. But they need to understand also that the code requires, both the zoning code and the building code requires that 100% of the stormwater on each lot remains on the site and does not spill over onto the adjacent site. And there's also contemplated seawall improvements, which are very important to the health and safety of a neighborhood, because you're only as strong as your weakest link when it comes to the seawall. And this home is very badly maintained. The seawall has not been done in many years. So really, this home and this property is a very long weak link in the neighborhood when it comes to the seawall. And so you can see what we're talking about. On the right is the home at 1150 Bay Drive. On the left is a rendering of the proposed home on Lot 9, the westernmost home. In the middle, you can see the existing landscaping. That's the neighbor's existing landscaping. It's a pretty dense vegetative buffer. So here is an image showing the proposed home with the landscaping. The neighbor's landscaping is ghosted out in this image, so you're only seeing our proposed landscaping and the proposed home. You can see it obscures the home significantly. And then this is without the landscaping, so you can see how the architecture has been modified. There's wood screening, louver screening on the second level windows. And the floor plan of the second level calls for the master bed, the master closet, and the master bathroom to be on that side of the home. So it's not really an area where there's a lot of people looking out the window, and in any case, the windows are screened. This is just another view. Mr. Chair, I see I ran out of time. I'll be done in about 2 minutes.
Okay. Put your mic on, Joe.
Yeah, this is,
We're looking from the neighbor's property?
yes, so this is a rendering from the neighbor's property as to what the home would look like. And this is, of course, their landscaping is ghosted out in this image, so they have a pretty dense row of palms there. And then this is from our balcony showing the wood screening as it would appear from the balcony, so they can't really look over into their yard. We wanted to also note that we updated the landscaping plan to provide a crabwood hedge, which is a more dense and a salt-tolerant and native hedge that grows really quickly. So you can see in this image, it's a 16-foot crabwood hedge, and we've modified the plans to make a vegetative wall, essentially, to really preserve the neighbor's privacy. And just leaving you with this last image is the images from the home from the bay. Caesar, I don't know if you wanted to make a comment now on we'll leave it for afterwards. We can just close here. We just wanted to highlight how the three homes are really respecting the urban scale of the neighborhood rather than having one. It's the same amount of square footage, but rather than distributing the square footage in one long home that's going to negatively impact the entire neighborhood, although it may provide a bigger setback to the neighbor, we're breaking up the home into three, breaking up the square footage that can be developed on the property into three homes, providing view corridors, breaking up the massing that really reflects the scale and the development plan for the neighborhood as originally reflected in the plat. So with that, we're respectfully requesting approval of the lot split today, without the condition limiting it to 40% unit size. We're here to answer any questions you may have, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone in chambers to discuss this item?
And Mr. Chairman, before we open to the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose?
Yeah, I spoke to Patricia, who Nicholas mentioned, and I had email correspondence with the next door neighbor, Rojas.
I spoke with Nick on the project, just to run through the concept.
Sheila?
Yeah, I spoke with Patricia when I was canvassing, and spoke with Michael Larkin last week, last week, I think.
I'm just gonna say I received an email from Yvonne Rahil, but I didn't respond to it.
I didn't respond to the emails either.
Okay, thank you.
Sir,
How you doing?
just introduce your name and your address, and then your argument.
Okay, good morning. My name is Henry Garcia. I live down the road at 1670 Bay Drive. I've been a resident there for 23 years. So I've kind of seen a lot of the development that's been going on up in the northern corridor. I didn't know about the first reading, so I'm here kind of, this is the first time that I've saw the proposal and read through it and saw the details. I would agree with staff. I guess I have 3 points to make. The proposal, I don't really see it as built, compatible with the as-built character of the surrounding area. As was stated, this was a significant property, a very stately property of, 3 lots that were put together. And we're going from a stately property basically down to a property that will be below the median and average of the neighborhood, right? So you're going down to, 150 linear feet to like less than 55, which is below the average. So all those homes that he showed, one of them is mine, is over 60 feet. So we're getting an estate type property and basically putting kind of minimum size patio homes in like 3 contiguous pieces, okay? Secondly, the demolition of a home and the simultaneous erection of 3 homes on this residential area would be a significant impact. Right now, even when single homes are being done there, basically the road it's a roadblock. You can't even pass it. The amount of equipment and the amount of construction vehicles that are gonna happen for multiple years to build 3 homes simultaneously is gonna be a significant impact and basically create gridlock at the end of that street. It's not designed to hold that much construction equipment and that many vehicles. Lastly, and most importantly, is intent. I kind of hear the story. I'm not really kind of buying the story. If you really were intended for a multi-generational home, there's other ways of doing it. Splitting this up into 3 lots for 3 individual homes, I think is definitely basically a position of development and commercial development and trying to maximize your ROI. I do not think that this is the right thing for the residential neighborhood. These houses were built as custom houses, very individual, very unique. Those homes, good attempt at making them look different, but basically they look like 3 patio homes lined up next to each other. I think we should resist the kind of, commercial development exploitation that is going on, and especially in our residential neighbors. There's plenty of commercial, retail, and industrial space and commercial development that you can do there. Leave our residential neighborhoods to the people who live, work, play, and vote in the city of Miami Beach to let the best life they can. Okay? Thank you.
Before we call the next, Rogelio or Nick, so these lots were originally platted in 3 lots, and then someone was able to unify them?
That's correct. They were originally 3 lots, so if you look at the legal description, it has 3 lots identified that were unified to make
Okay, and
one
if a
big
lot
parcel.
split is granted, it'll kind of revert back to what the original plat was?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Anyone else in chambers to speak on this? Okay, anyone on Zoom?
We have nobody on Zoom.
Hi. Seeing as there's no one else in line, it's my pleasure to introduce myself and see all of you. My name is Jamie Lafrac. I'm the homeowner of the properties in question. I realize that the properties are owned in an LLC and via trust, but the reason for that, to be quite clear, is because the trust benefits my kids. So, yeah, I know this is kind of an unusual circumstance. As was referred to, people know me as a developer primarily of apartment buildings. And the way that I came across these properties is because we're in the midst of lovingly restoring and renovating the 108-unit apartment house that's just to the east of these buildings. And then I saw the for sale sign on the little lot on the corner, which is the 50-foot that's adjacent to the east, which we bought. And then came across the homeowner of the bigger lot and discovered this opportunity to create a 4-lot. I have 4 kids, not 3, a 4-lot little community for my kids. My kids are adorable, and we love living here in Miami Beach. We moved in 2019 to a house in Mid-Beach, and we're never going back. And I hope for my kids to have the opportunity to keep them here, close to mom and dad, close to their grandparents, for as long as we can. So my brother and I, fortunately, have had the same opportunity to live in a house in the summer together for a long time. And the idea of having a family that stays together is something that's just sort of important and compelling. So when we found the house and then found out that indeed it was 3 lots, so we could make a 4-lot a strip of houses, you know, it just seemed like this wonderful once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get this much waterfront, south-facing, in a neighborhood that's, you know, really, I think, coming into its own here. So I do really want to assuage any concerns that current residents have. I mean, I have neighbors too. I live here year-round, and I know what it's like when someone comes into the neighborhood that maybe you don't know and you're not sure what their intentions are. But I assure you, I'm not a home seller. I've never sold a home. I've actually never sold a home in my life. I don't know how to build a single-family home from a development perspective. I certainly know how to build an apartment house, but the one time that I did build a house in Long Island, I got taken advantage of by the contractor just like everybody else. So I'm here to be a great neighbor, and let's say part and parcel to that is, just so you know, this is not a rush. My kids are young. The oldest is 12. He doesn't need a house right now. The earliest I could imagine him having a house is in a decade. And even then, it's kind of a stretch.
Jamie, let me ask you one quick question.
Please.
And I hear you about not being in a rush. When you do this, do you plan on building all 3 simultaneously?
You know, it's really to be determined. I mean, probably there's some cost efficiency to doing it all at the same time, but also the price of construction is extremely expensive. So, you know, I hadn't really come to that thought. But if it were an issue, it could be mitigated. I don't have to build them all at the same time. I don't have to build them all in the next 3 years.
Yeah, all I would say is, this is all pending what the board decides to do, but if the split is granted, that you be cognizant of what the last speaker said about the disruption of the neighborhood. And
100%.
And I know, listen, I know your family well, and you're great people, and you're great builders, and you're responsible. I have no doubt about that. But obviously, to be cognizant of those issues that could affect impact the neighborhood, when it comes to that time, assuming it's granted. So that's all I would ask of you.
Mr. Chairperson, I absolutely agree with you, and you're 100% right. And the communication that I had with the neighbor across, Ms. Sanau, I think really reflected that. I don't know if that stuff gets made public or gets circulated, but she was wondering whether there was going to be asbestos or other like toxins in demolition. Hopefully not, because that house is too old. The big issue with the old house is the termites have taken over. I mean, there's just nothing left of it. And as a matter of fact, the family that lived in the house prior, the kids had moved away, the parents were still there, and they had actually closed off sections of the house. They just kind of completely divorced parts of the house from the habitable environment because they weren't livable anymore. Yeah, the one thing that I would just like to emphasize is that zoning is something that we all should absolutely be respectful of. The job that you guys do on a volunteer basis, I understand from also being on a volunteer government board, somehow I'm still a member of the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority. It's not fun. It requires a lot of hard decisions, and the compensation is awful. So with that, the zoning is intended to give everybody an equal playing field in terms of their understanding of things when they buy a property or own a property. And the 50% FAR coverage in this case, it is the standard, and I don't think it shouldn't be applied unfairly whether you own the vacant lot already or whether you're splitting back to the original standard. And that's it.
Thanks. And last question, but I think there may be people on Zoom, to your attorney. The way the lots are set up, whenever this construction is in place, I'm assuming all staging can be done on the property, so there's no impact to the streets and passage and right-of-way and.
So that's one of the benefits of having such a large lot would be that you'd be able to stage on the site. Obviously, I'm not a contractor, but I imagine, go ahead.
We could stage it since we own the 50-foot lot adjacent to the east. We could
Even more
stage
so.
it through that direction, so it never had to use it's not a full cul-de-sac, but it's a quasi cul-de-sac down to the end there. We could actually come through from the more public street that's next to our apartment houses to the east, sorry.
Okay. Anyone on Zoom?
Nobody on Zoom right now.
Nobody? Oh, okay. Then we're going to close the public hearing, and we'll start with, we'll just go in order. Gail?
Excuse me, could we have?
I just think is this correct? You said 40% is the standard, and you need a variance to get 50%. Is
No,
that true, Nick? No?
No.
Sorry.
50%.
Okay. And then 40%
the
is
staff
just something that you came up with? So I thought Joy Malakoff made an ordinance a long time ago, so we'd have more.
If
area
if you
floods.
are moving the platted lot lines, then we would limit it to 40% automatically.
Okay.
In this situation, it is our recommendation based on what the average unit sizes that we have found for that corridor of homes facing the waterfront. It is our recommendation that it be limited to 40% to be more
Okay, so
compatible.
only, okay.
But the planning board does have the ability to keep it at 50 if the planning board agrees with the
And 50
applicant.
is a matter of right, correct?
If you were going to build a new home on a lot that wasn't being split, you would be able to go to 50%. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Oh, okay, thank you. The neighborhood association, did they contact any of the next door neighbors? I don't know if you would know the answer to that. I don't think they did.
I had a meeting with Mr. Chase, the co-president, and I know Mr. LaFrac had his own meeting with them. We've also emailed with Laura Vaitia from the neighborhood association and offered to hold a Zoom meeting and whatever meeting that the residents wanted to learn more about the project.
Well, my point is, the neighborhood association supports your project without actually checking with the people that live next door, because according to the applicant's attorney, none of the people that live next door, the 6 homes, actually support the project, and that gives a lot of credit to their position. And also, I thought that the gentleman said, I didn't think of this. You're right, they do look like cookie cutter houses, and I think that devalues the neighborhood. The house that's there now on the 55 wide lot, I think is the worst house on the block, and then you're gonna add 3 more. You know, they can't fit the car in the driveway. It's like in the cul-de-sac. Looks really crowded. It looks out of place, and now you wanna add like 3 more houses that look out of place. I made a little map because we're always talking about lot size, and I thought lot width was probably more important because, you know, who knows what's going on in the back of the house, the lot size. You want to make it 51 feet, 55 feet, and 55 feet lot width. Next door is 104 width. The house next to that's 77, then the house next to that's 82, 72, 85, 128, 70. They're along the bay, so you're usually much wider than the inland houses. You know, I like to think of, usually what we tried is the, you know, the Biscayne Bay Riviera, because the houses usually are bigger and more palatial. And you don't want to do that here. You want to, I guess, make it look like an inland house. I'm not feeling warm and fuzzy towards a 3-lot split. I asked you guys, yeah, I went back and forth a little bit with Nick. If you consider maybe a 2-lot split, then each lot would be 80 feet wide, and that totally corresponds to some of the houses in the surrounding area. So I thought, and I kind of spoke to some of the neighbors, and some of them were like kind of okay with that. So that was more reasonable. So I'm not moved to vote to approve a 3-lot split, and that's where I stand.
To clarify a few points, the 51, 55, 55, the minimum lot size allowed in that area is 50 feet, so it'll be in compliance with that?
Correct.
And minimum square footage, just using round numbers, minimum square foot lot is 6,000, this will be about 8,000?
8,900, closer to 9,000.
And given what the applicant said, it seems a stretch that this remaining structure would remain if this wasn't approved. So if you went and redeveloped the entire home as one contiguous lot, what is the maximum percentage of the lot you'd be able to redevelop on, 50%?
50, it's about 13,000 square foot home.
So you would have a
13,600.
much larger massing there. So essentially, if you split the lot into 3, have 3 structures of 50%, you're getting the same aggregate size building as if you would build as of right now.
Correct.
And how did staff come up with 40? Because, I mean, this is, numbers are numbers, right? We're not talking good versus bad. We're saying, staff is saying 40% is in line with the neighborhood. The applicant is saying 50% is in line with the neighborhood. This isn't something, numbers aren't arbitrary. Can we kind of sort out what is?
We took the unit sizes from the property appraiser. We have a table provided in the staff report where you can see the information that we received from the property appraiser. Then we increase that number by 20%, which provides an assumption that everybody's going to do a small addition to their homes, and that the homes are not going to remain the same over time. So we give a 20% allowance, assuming that the unit size is going to increase over time. And then we calculate the unit sizes with that 20% increase, and we come up with the averages. So the average that we get is actually a 30% average, and so we actually allowed for a little more than what we felt was the average unit size in our recommendation, because there were a few that were a little bit higher than the 30%.
And
through the
just
chair.
quickly, the follow-up.
Joe, 1 second, I just want to make sure. So if someone bought a lot there today, another lot, and demolished the home, they could build 50%? I just want to make sure I understand the
They
current
could.
law. They
Yes.
could, as a matter of right.
That's correct.
So they have the right to do 50%, but you're recommending 40.
If they were to keep it as one lot, they would have the right to do 50%. There would be some additional protections for the neighbors in that the setbacks are based on a percentage of the lot width. So you're going to end up with a much larger side setback for the neighbors if they were to develop it as one single lot. So the home, even though it would be very large, would be set back a little more from the neighbor's property.
But to Brian's question, if there's another lot in the neighborhood of the same size that was bought tomorrow and
They
they
could.
demolished.
They could do
No, that's-
50%.
50%.
All right.
That is true.
And
Joe,
I
go
actually
ahead.
had something, the last thing I'll wrap up on this setback, because it is 3 contiguous family lots, perhaps the applicant would consider a further setback from your neighbor and a lesser setback. Let's say that cornering plot of land, have a further setback versus your neighbor and a lesser setback versus what would be the middle family home. Right, that would ensure the neighbor's privacy.
I think the concern with that was, in terms of tightening the houses together, was that then that required a variance.
Right.
And we wanted to not trouble you guys with the minimum number of requests as possible. But it's not out of the question.
Right, so right now, the home, I believe it's an 8'8" setback, when a 7'6" is the minimum. So it's a little bit more than what's required. We could explore trying to move it as much as possible. We have the architect here, but I'm not sure that there's room without triggering the need to request a variance.
But essentially, it'd be your family saying, yes, I'm okay with this variance because it's my brother that has a lesser setback versus, and then that ensures more privacy to your neighbor.
I mean, that's all absolutely correct. We would be willing to take a variance inter alia of the lots. It just seemed like that was harder than,
And that just doesn't, obviously, of course, meet the legal standard
Right.
for a hardship for a variance. So if someone were to appeal it.
We're designing
wouldn't-
as of right
yeah.
now, is if there was a.
Sorry, if you're going to speak,
Oh,
you need to
yeah,
introduce yourself.
Yeah,
and-
Cesar Molina from CMA Design Studio. So right now, the lots are designed as of right, with the 50%. The other thing, from a pure design point of view, when you look at this contextually, you're next to a multifamily district right now. So the transition to go to a smaller scale house seems far more appropriate from a design point of view than to have a big 50%, mega mansion on this lot. I think that would be out of scale. And you see a lot of these white modern boxes. We're doing something that's extremely sensitive, very responsive to the context of South Florida with deep terraces, warm woods, and stuff like that. So it's not this, overly scaled development. It's very sensitive. They're all very appropriate to the general neighborhood of Normandy. This is not North Bay Road or Pine Tree, so I think you got an opportunity here to do something that's really right from a development point of view. And it's not even a development, it's for his 3 kids. One of my kids goes to school with Jamie. He came to me, all I do is single family home, luxury homes, and this is something that, with something special to design something unique for his family. And it was designed, very sensitive to be low scale, intimate, and warm. And I think you have the opportunity here that a developer that's doing something that is appropriate. And I think it's wrong to have a detriment to put it at 40%, which, by the way, putting a 40% scale house here doesn't change the perception of the scale from the streetscape. That's the most important thing, because you can still have the same frontage, whether it's 40% or 50%. You got to look at it from a design point of view, that a 50% lot house could be appropriately designed and look better than a 40% FAR house. So it's not just a FAR volume, it's about being sensitive to the context and surrounding neighborhoods. And I think we have something here that we've presented. You have an opportunity. Somebody's showing you up front right now, this is what I'm proposing to do, something really nice and beautiful for the family. It could have been what he couldn't have to be here. He could build a 50% FAR big house, and there would be no hearing here. And then people, the neighbors are, why is that house going up? That's what we would get. So I think from a design point of view, I think it would be nice to get your approval on
All
on
right,
the
stay
standard.
there, and let's keep going. Jonathan?
Yeah, honestly, I'm sort of torn about this. I think the design is beautiful. I have questions about, I guess, that the neighbors' concerns of the family aspect of it. If your oldest is 12, I don't know how old your others are, but certainly I commend you for thinking that your kids are going to want to live with you, near you. That's great. But if the 12-year-old goes to college, at an earliest, he wouldn't be living there for 10 years. The youngest, or the younger kids, even longer. So I guess a neighborhood concern is what's going to be happening. Are they going to be rented out in the meantime? Then you've got sort of transient uses. I know it's not transient in the way we talk about it on other things, but in terms of the design, if we were to limit it to 40% or even 45%, maybe there's a middle ground, what would the impact on the designs be? Are you saying it's not feasible at all?
We squeezed it as hard as we could. It worked at like 47.5%. The problem with going from 50 to 40 is in your brain that sounds like 10%, but the 10 out of the 50 is actually 20%, right? 10% of 50% is 20%. So it basically completely deletes a bedroom or a bedroom and a half. And in this weird way, as someone who grew up in a small family but now has a big family, I hate to think, let's take the optimistic perspective. They love living here as I do, and they love being there, and they want to have 3 kids each. Then I've basically said, one of you stuck with a house that's too small. Yeah, candidly, it didn't work. We tried it at smaller. On the second point, I mean, and I'm kind of betwixt on this as well as a human being, right? And I'm 100% willing to work with the neighborhood to the greatest extent possible, because I think everybody's opinion counts in this. The house that's there is going to come down one way or another, whether we like it or not. It's just, it's either not going to survive the next big storm, or the deterioration in the wood is such that it's going to be untenable. Whether it sits as a lot with nothing on it, with, you know, grass growing on it for a long time, or it sits as a lot with one house that's rented out, as is the current situation. I mean, any homeowner can rent their house, so let's not imagine that we're in a fantasy land where there are no houses rented, right? I mean, people rent their houses out, or they're all built in, they're all rented out for a period of time. I mean, to me, it's kind of, there has to be consensus in that amongst neighbors, because, like I said, I have neighbors. I intend to always be a good neighbor. I mean, and even in our institutional construction projects, you know, that thought is always relevant. You know, we choose, frankly, not to pile drive all the times that we're allowed to on big projects. So.
I guess, and looking at the plats next to it, I mean, your neighbor has a joined lot, a combined lot, and so the neighbor who has lodged an objection to us, that she sent an email in to the planning board. I get it, and I appreciate you guys making accommodations for some of her concerns. So definitely commend you guys for that. But if she were to sell her lot, or now she gets to divide her lot, like you guys did, she also can put 50% there. And you've got now, again, right across from this gentleman's home, now 5 lots, or maybe even 6 because of that one extra property that you have, but you've got 5 big, huge 50% homes across from what used to be 2 homes. And so I guess my concern is for the future on this block, dividing a lot of these properties that have been joined over time with, and starting slowly to raise the average coverage. That's the issue I see when you have some neighbors, at least one who's objecting. I'm sure there may be more, but I know some of them don't mind. It's because perhaps they have a double lot and they want to join it one day, or separate it.
So if we may address this to the neighbor's letter, I mean, they expressed their preference for one home, right? And it would be nice if every lot just stayed one home. I'm not sure that they understand how large the home that could be built on the lot. And sure, it would be a greater setback for them, but it would also be a detriment to the entire community, right? So the entire neighborhood would have to live with this large home while one neighbor gets a larger setback.
Well, not necessarily, because if you have one large home, you could have 3 people, 4 people living there. Then in each one of these homes, they're rented out. They might have 4 people living in each one. So that's a lot more traffic, a lot more people coming in and out of the neighborhood. I guess I get both sides, and I'm wondering, really, is there a middle ground to, and so, you know, by the way, and I recognize that the objections, other than this gentleman's, were mainly for the construction issues, and I appreciate you guys sort of accommodating that, and as well as the privacy concern with the, you know, you use the slatted woods and the higher vegetation, wonderful. I get the concern really is for the future of the neighborhood when everybody starts dividing the properties. I think that's why staff is recommending 40%, which is already higher than what the average is. And so given the situation, I'm inclined to do something maybe a little bit more than 40%. But, you know, and you guys are at what, 48.7%?
The home designs are 49.5 right now.
So.
You know, and if we may, you know, wanted to jump in earlier when staff mentioned the additional 20%, right? That kind of just is an assumption. What we've seen in the neighborhood, there's an example in our presentation of a renovation that goes well beyond the 20%. So it's possible not all the homes will be redeveloped. People will do additions to get to their 50%. So, I mean, essentially, you know, in fairness, what we're talking about here is just an ad hoc arbitrary number just to reduce their lot sizes when everybody else in the neighborhood will be at 50%. And if there was a legislative decision to reduce the unit size of the neighborhood, that would be a different conversation. But what we're talking about here is a uniform application of the zoning code. And yes, if the lots next door divided into 2, they want to be entitled to go to 50%, and that's what the HOA said, and that's what our supporters say. They want to be able to have the same rights that everybody else in the neighborhood has.
Thank you.
Okay, so a few questions. So for the 4th lot, what are the plans for that?
The fourth lot is, it sits as it sits. It's, we haven't worked on that one yet. That's, you know, so the house is serviceable. It has this very peculiar, like inset, a boat parking slip. It's like you may have seen it. It's weird. It's a 28-foot wide inset dock that's all the way deep down the lot. So, but the house is serviceable and people are able to live there. It was renovated, so we haven't kind of.
So no plans to do anything?
Well, someday, yeah. I mean, someday there's going to be a child who says, "Why did the other three get this and I got that?"
I thought you were just saying, hey, 75%, you know, will stay.
Yeah, right.
25% may leave. Okay.
No, it doesn't need anything. It's on its own independent lot.
Got it. Okay. So I think a few things. Number one, I think generally this board has done a great job of trying to balance the needs of residents while trying to, I guess, consider some type of growth and development. So the changes that you made to, I guess the changes that you incorporated to try and consider your neighbor, I think is appreciated. At least that's the way I view it. My concern in saying that this lot split would be limited to 40% is the precedent that sets for, you know, all future types of development. And well, this would be limited to 40%. Right. So if we took the staff recommendation to limit it to 40%, and just what that would do for the property rights for kind of anyone else that might want to do something similar with these lot splits, and these lot splits are really trying to get you know, the lots to where they were prior to them being combined. So, I mean, for that reason, I'm supportive of the 50%. I wouldn't want to restrict other people's property rights, the other owners, but I would, if this does pass and everyone else, you know, wants to push it forward, I would just implore you to please consider your neighbors, the other residents, and how you could best stage construction so as not to have it as a full-on construction site.
Yeah, I would echo his comments. I'm not a design guy, but your architect pointed out something that I didn't really think about, which is that even at 40%, the curb appeal or whatever that you call it wouldn't necessarily change. My other feeling is I just happen to know the reputation of the LaFrac organization, and I probably couldn't speak more highly for the reputation and my experience with their project. So I'll pass it on to Tanya for questions from her.
A couple of questions and a comment. Using this case, Rogelio and Nick, I think it might behoove us. Oh, thank you. Hello. Okay. I think this might be a good jumping off point for a discussion item for next month, if we can pull it together, to take a look at the underlying ordinances that sort of circle around this issue of what you can do if you're buying a lot from scratch and not combining it, or dividing a bigger lot, if you're renovating and adding on versus building new, because this is a recurring theme that we've had to deal with, of the inconsistencies in our zoning laws, and whether it's for business practices or property ownership, it just seems like we're trying to do the right thing for the owners, we're trying to do the right thing for the neighbors and for the resiliency of the city. And so maybe if you guys could take a look at that, and we can talk about it next month and figure out, maybe send something over to the commission to take a look at tweaking the laws for these unintended consequences. Pardon me that digression, but you're not the first time that we've had these kinds of issues, and it seems silly that we're not doing something about it. So,
So would the board like us to schedule that for next month? Is the board okay? Is everyone okay?
I'm good with it.
Yeah, I think there should be some consistency. It's a good point, Tanya.
yeah, it's really frustrating that if you find a lot of one type or find a lot of another type, that completely changes what you may or may not be able to do. A couple of questions. Are you guys, your family LaFrac, are you associated with the LaFrac in New York?
Yeah, I did move from down there.
No, I know you. Okay, but so your family, because there's a big building or something with your.
Aventura.
LaFrac City is what I'm thinking.
Are you from Queens in some way originally?
My dad's from Queens, and I
Okay.
lived overseas my whole life and spent the summers in Forest Hills with my cousins, and so yeah, LaFrac City is what I was thinking.
As my dear neighbor now says, we're all very blessed to be here.
Yeah. Listen, Forest Hills didn't, wasn't terrible, but, yes, we are very, very happy and lucky to be here. The house that sits there currently, you said it's infested by termites. Wasn't it built with Dade County pine, though?
The house, well, that I can't tell you. I don't know what the original building material was. The house is very old, and when we first went into the house to check it, you could literally see the holes in the wall where the sawdust was coming out, where the
Okay.
termites were making piles, so.
Okay, so I echo what many of us have said so far. I wish that we could say, 40% or 45%, but the laws don't support that at this time. My wish would be to have more green space around, a little more resiliency and a little more space. And I understand exactly where this neighborhood is because it's just north of where I live, and I've been walking it and ride my bike there, and it's my neighborhood. So one of the things that makes those neighborhoods so appealing is that even if you have a smaller house, you generally have a little more green space than you do in other parts of the city. So that would be my wish. By right, you are able to do what you are petitioning to do, and so I'm going to be consistent with the code and support it begrudgingly. And it's not because of the project or you guys, but I don't feel like I have a legal leg to stand on.
Tanya, with that said, just as far as open space, we have, as of right in the code, we have over 77% of open space in the front yard. We have 86% of open space in the rear yard. That's more than what the code requires.
No, I get that, and
So-
I get that, but when you look at when you're riding your bike along those streets, the view corridors are often a little bit wider, just because the houses are smaller on the lots. The older houses, not the huge ones, but the older houses sit a little bit smaller on the lots. So it's fine. I'm not challenging you in any way. I'm just saying that's my wish. But that's a conversation to be had when we look at the totality of the zoning laws that affect this. And then the
And we still have
last,
to go to DRB, so we're.
what's that?
And we still have to go to DRB, so that may come out and be
that's,
fleshed out.
good, have a good, robust conversation about that. And the other thing, as you plan whatever happens with how you stage the building financially and what the time frame is, the need to make sure that not only is the equipment staged on an existing property, but all the workforce transportation is also completely off those streets. There's nowhere to go. And, again, I live in that neighborhood, and riding around, like, one house construction and 10 cars, you're driving around into oncoming traffic, and even though it is a slow, not super heavily used street, it only takes one to have a head-on collision. So the last thing I will ask you is that we got a pretty distressed letter from the neighbor, from the sister, I believe, of that family. And I don't see anybody here from that family, the immediate adjacent neighbor. So you guys have done some nice modifications, but I just, the reason I'm bringing this up is because we've had a situation a couple of months ago where the applicant presented everything as being hunky-dory, and, we proceeded based on the information we had. And then after the fact, we had and still have a whole host of neighbors being very concerned that they weren't adequately represented, that we didn't get the full story. And we are asked to make judgments based on the information we have at hand. And then if after the fact new information comes to light, that makes it problematic for everybody. And I don't want to be in that situation again. And so the fact that we got this letter, and that person, that family isn't here to represent themselves, gives me a small bit of concern.
So there's still an opportunity for them to participate, particularly with their concerns at DRB. We did submit a letter to the record documenting all our communications with them. They have our contact, and we're happy to work with them as this project moves forward.
So but you guys did receive the letter that just came through on Wednesday, I think, right?
We did. To be honest, it was troubling because we've tried really for months very hard to have a personal sit-down meeting with the homeowners. And
Right, that was what's weird. They said you didn't reach out, which is surprising.
and that was not true. I mean,
Okay.
Okay.
You can
All
imagine
right,
if
make more efforts on that.
yeah, we'll continue to try to
Okay.
somehow.
And
get
before I go to
it.
Melissa, I just want to reiterate, Jamie, again, when this construction takes place, to really, really be aware of your neighbors and sensitive where you're staging traffic, please. Okay, it's really important, and I'm sure the city won't allow you to park out on the street, but
No, I think
I'm
that's.
just saying that to me is paramount.
You actually.
Is not disrupting all your neighbors.
Vice Chair Bott, you gave me a great idea, which is that we can put all the parking in the apartment buildings parking, because that has its own unique lot.
That would be,
um,
That
For
would
the
be
construction
amazing.
parking,
Yeah.
obviously not the.
no, that would be amazing, and it's, it's an issues, it's on. I'm not sure what's going on, but that would be amazing. It's an issue citywide, and so ideally, down the road, it'll be something that's part of the application process of how this will be mitigated, so thank you for proffering that. That would be fantastic.
Melissa?
Yeah, to continue on that, to the resident that's here, I live in the Venetian Islands where we have a lot of construction, and there's different, we've had a lot of issues because of the ongoing construction going on there, and so I've done my research and understand what rights the residents have, and every one of these projects have to have a transportation and a parking plan. And the fines are hefty, so there's a first warning, and then there's a second decent, by the third and fourth time, the fines are hefty, and then the permits get revoked. So you guys have power in making sure by code compliance if these construction projects are not, being respectful to the neighborhood. So do follow up on that. And so, and for you, Jamie, the fact that you guys have all this space to be setting up, I mean, it should be a no-brainer and something you guys can do fairly easily. My comments on this is that this is a project that's in compliance with the regulations of, for development. And so I don't think it's a fair thing for us to be working against it when it's falling into the regulations that the city has put in place. It doesn't stand out as something that's outrageous into the neighborhood. I understand the concerns of the neighbors, but you're getting one neighbor instead of three, one good neighbor. So there's some comfort in that. You would be dealing with similar issues if it was one lot, one big house, and it was kind of raised, but to reduce it from 50 to 40% barely affects the neighbors, and who it impacts the most is the person living in the house. We're talking about a difference of 900 plus square footage, which in a house makes a difference for a couple bedrooms or the space inside the house. From the external point of view from the neighbors, it doesn't change anything in the setbacks or any encroachment or the views from. So it doesn't correct much to go to 50 to 40% for the neighbors who are upset about this development, but it does affect the living space. So something to take in consideration when we're looking at what our recommendation is from going from 50 to 40%. The other concern regarding the setting a precedent to other lots splitting, I think we can safely say across the city that's not the tendency, where we see a lot of lots that are combining with bigger houses being built all across. I see it in the Venetian Islands. So this is actually, I think, more of a rarity to seeing a lot redivide to be built for smaller houses that are not for development or for profiting. So I'm in favor. I mean, I think that this project should go through. I think, again, we need to count on the team here to make sure that they are continue being sensitive to the neighbors who are concerned.
Mr. Chair, can I just make one quick comment or
Sure.
question? The applicant said 47.5 or 48% works. Is there appetite across the board to thread that needle where everybody walks away mildly happy, mildly upset?
I would need to.
But why?
I agree that they can build as of right. They are getting something, the lot split, and if they say they can make their plans work, I'm just throwing that out there to see if we can essentially.
So, Mr. Magazine, maybe your concern previously was the setback, and we could potentially agree to a condition to move the house to the greatest extent practicable, and then allow us to request a variance from the DRB if they would request it. I think trying to just put a random number on it is kind of difficult.
That's arbitrary.
But we can try to push the house to your concern about the neighbor.
Yeah, and that's the primary concern is providing maximum privacy to the neighbor. So if you'd be able to do that, I think that makes sense.
Just so you know, the main structure, the two-story structure, is set back 54 feet from the property line. significantly set back.
So we're talking about this side. Yeah.
Well, even the sides are farther than the required setbacks.
I think we have some space to move.
You know, our setbacks are 7.5, and we're at 8, and the other setback's 7.5, and we're also at, you know, in the front, we're over 9 feet of setback. So again, FAR does not change the perception and scale of what you're gonna see from the streetscape. That doesn't change, but it does affect the internal usage of the home inside. But the perception of the scale, what you're trying to mitigate, that's never gonna change.
All right, you know what, we've heard that. I think my colleague wants to make a motion. Let's see what happens, and if we need to, you know, amend it, we'll try to do that. Why don't, Yechiel?
Ask a question. In terms of the concessions that they've made in terms of the landscaping and the, you know, the slatted wood for privacy purposes, does that go in our order, or is that something that's done at the design review board? Because I appreciate them doing that, and I just want to make sure, in order to protect the neighbors, that they're sort of held to that, and if they don't have the appropriate vegetation or the trees die or whatever, something they can point, the neighbors can point to something to say, hey, they offered to do this.
My concern is that you don't have the designs of the homes before you. Those are going to be presented to the design review board. So if you want to include, and if the applicant would agree to, an aspirational condition like the applicant shall endeavor to, you know.
To screen the second-story windows and to provide a landscaping buffer on between the shared property line.
That'll be a recommendation to DRB.
And I would add at the end, subject to the review and approval of
Subject to-
the
So
DRB.
should I include that
The
in my
type of
motion?
slats may
ahead.
change,
As
but
one?
it's gonna
Right.
be,
Yes.
Should that be one motion or two separate ones?
That can be one motion. It's
Okay,
part
go
of the
ahead,
motion.
Yechiel.
So I would make a motion to approve this with a favorable recommendation, or to approve this without the 40% limit, or rather to have them as of right 50%. And I would also recommend that the applicant endeavor to include the landscaping and design buffers to better shield their properties from their neighbors, while also endeavoring to be considerate throughout the construction process.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
One moment to take some note. Landscape.
Quick question, so is it the child that's the oldest that gets the first pick, or the one with the best grades?
It's always, yeah, right. Oh my God, you just put me in a dilemma.
is that a condition?
Right now, the oldest has the best grades.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Samet. We have a second by Ms. Beatty.
Yes.
Oh,
You
can-
just, you
oh, I'm
gotta
sorry.
speak, for some reason, you gotta really lean into these mics. There
Alrighty.
you go.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Samet, second by Ms. Beatty, and I'll do a roll call. Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Samet?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you, and neighbor, thank you for coming in, because we do hear what you have to say, so thank you. Okay, next item is item number 7, Planning Board File 220540, 2000 Collins Avenue. It's a new application called Sona. Page 93.
Okay, this is an application requesting a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment with entertainment pursuant to the requirements of the master conditional use permit for the property, which currently has file number PB 22-0551. So this is a complex CUP. There is a master CUP that provides regulations for the overall site, and that CUP has a requirement that different alcoholic beverage establishments on the property have to obtain their own individual CUP. So this is so we're looking here at a CUP that is for a specific establishment within that building. Specifically, the applicant, Regal 2000 Collins Retail Holding LLC, submitted plans entitled Sona. They are looking to build an alcoholic beverage establishment which has an entrance lobby on the ground floor The primary venue is located on the second floor. The entrance lobby is next to a CVS that's located on the corner of that property on Collins and 20th Street. The proposal is that there be an occupancy of 462 persons. There was a previous nightclub venue at that location that has since closed. That venue occupied the full 2 stories. I believe the CVS area at the bottom was part of that venue. So this will be a much smaller venue than what was previously there. They're proposing 125 interior seats. They're proposing to operate Sunday through Thursday from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. The ground floor entrance vestibule will have a host desk and elevators that will take you up to the main venue upstairs. Staff does recommend a condition requiring that the entrance lobby have windows that are open so you can see into the space and assist in activating the street. In terms of sound and entertainment, the venue is going to be completely enclosed, so we do not expect that sound will be able to escape from the primary venue on the second level. However, staff does recommend that outdoor speakers be prohibited except for fire and life safety purposes. Speakers in the ground floor vestibule be limited to a volume that doesn't interfere with normal conversation. So some mood music as you enter the venue, but not really the loud music on the first floor. We do request that sound generated from the venue, including recorded music and patron conversations or entertainment, not be plainly audible from beyond any public right-of-way adjacent to the subject property. I believe the applicant does have concerns with some of those, and we'll discuss how to modify that language a little bit. Regarding patron conversations, there may be an issue if somebody's walking in and having just a normal conversation, if that's audible, that could be a violation, so we may want to tweak that a little bit. And then a requirement that sound and vibrations generated from the venue not be audible or felt inside of the residential units within the building. There are other venues nearby, including Sweet Liberty, Orange Blossom, Rasputin, Baoli, and Mint. There is a concentration of such venues, but that is appropriate for this location. So we do not feel that the concentration of these venues will create negative impacts, assuming that the impacts are properly controlled. For security and crowd control, staff does have some concerns regarding the potential for patrons queuing outdoors. This was an issue with the previous venue, albeit that venue, as I said, was much larger, expected much larger crowds than this venue will expect. We do request that there be a condition requiring that patrons not be allowed to queue in public right-of-ways, that there be no stanchions placed in front of the venue to organize people. They have to be able to get inside of the venue, and they can do their queuing indoors. And requirement that security staff monitor crowds to ensure that they do not obstruct the sidewalk. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board approve the conditional use permit subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Thank you, Rogelio. Mr. Larkin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Board members, Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant, Show Hospitality. With me today is Jenny Scordilis and Billy Demlotakis from Show Hospitality. They'll be here to answer any questions you all might have. In summary, we're seeking a conditional use permit to permit a neighborhood impact establishment with entertainment. Specifically, the venue is a 125-seat cocktail bar. There are some conditions that we would like some modifications to, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether you want me to go through it now or toward the end of the presentation. It's up to you.
You mean requested changes to staff's conditions?
Right, and then my good friend Kent is here representing the Satai. He and I had a fierce negotiation 45 minutes ago, and it led to some.
We missed that, Ken.
It came to blows, but no, we came to some agreement, and some conditions will be modified, which is fine with me.
I think you should go ahead and make your proposed.
Okay,
So that we know, so we can ask questions about it.
Sure. So the first one is 6A sub 7.
Hold on.
This is what Rogelio already referenced.
6A7. Oh, Roman numeral 7. Go.
What page is that, Brian?
106. 106.
Okay.
Roman numeral 7.
I'll
Right
wait
in the
till
middle.
everybody's-
Right in the middle. Go ahead, Mike.
All right. So just to read it verbatim, sound generated from the venue, including but not limited to Recorded music and patron conversation or entertainment shall not be plainly audible from or beyond any public right-of-way adjacent to the subject property. I think this could be amended to say sound generated from the second floor portion of the venue, because what I'm worried about is people could be in the lobby just having normal conversations, the door opens, a code compliance officer is right outside, and yes, their conversation might be plainly audible even if they're speaking in normal conversational tones. So I think,
Yeah, but in fairness, Mike, how would someone know on the street whether it's coming from the second floor or the first floor?
well, you're not going to hear anything from the second floor, the way that it's so situated and it's so segregated off, but you would possibly hear a patron, two patrons talking in the lobby as they're standing there just inside, and 3 feet away on the sidewalk, there's a code compliance officer saying, oh, your conversation in this lobby was plainly audible, I can issue a violation. So I just think that's a little bit overbroad.
All right, let's just put notes on what you want, and then we'll ask questions. So second, you want it limited to second floor.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Because on the ground floor, there's already limitations. It says, if you go back up to 4, speakers within the ground floor vestibule shall be limited to the volume that does not interfere with normal conversation. So there's no opportunity for any speakers on the ground. When you're talking about the ground floor, you're talking about a space that's like 200 square feet. But that's where all the patrons will queue, and I think that number 7 is overbroad. Going back a little bit to number 4, this is one of the conditions that I talked about with Kent, and he asked for some additional language. So at the very end of number 4, you could say, notwithstanding the foregoing, any change in a floor plan that would lead to increase in seating would require you all to approve that at public hearing. He's just worried about an increase in intensity. I'm okay, we're totally fine with the seat count as it is at 125. We think that's more than enough. But Kent wanted some additional comfort with regard to that condition. So that's it for that one.
Can you, number 4?
So it goes 1,
Roman
2,
numeral
3.
4?
No, 1, 2, 3, 4.
On page 105.
On 105, okay.
And Michael, can you read it one more time? You
Not-
would add at the end, notwithstanding the foregoing.
Notwithstanding the foregoing, any modification to the proposed floor plan that leads to an increase in seating shall require the approval of the planning board at public hearing.
Got it.
The last 2, I think Kent can go ahead and read them to you when he makes his presentation, but they just involve queuing of patrons on the sidewalk. And we totally agree with that we're not going to have any of our patrons queuing on the sidewalk. So I'm fine with those 2 modifications that Kent will request a little bit later. So if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and start the presentation.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. So this is a good aerial photograph. You know, this building has been there for quite some time now. It used to be a series of non-contributing buildings, but back in 2000, when I was working for the original developer there, the non-contributing buildings, including Leroy Griffith's famous 5 O'Clock Club, which was one of the nudie joints that he owns, was demolished. In its place was this mixed-use building that was constructed with ground floor commercial. Upstairs, usually supposed to be apartment units, but they have been slowly transformed over to hotel units. And then along 20th Street, for the majority of the stretch, you have a parking garage, and then a great cocktail bar called Sweet Liberty has taken residence at the very corner. Next slide. So again, summary, we're seeking a CUP for entertainment and an NIE. Next slide. This is more of an aerial photograph of the overall Collins Park neighborhood. This is somewhat more intense zoning in this neighborhood with CD3 for a good part of it. That's why what Helio was suggesting, this is appropriate place for these type of entertainment venues to be. Next slide. This is the neighborhood context, kind of showing if you are on the east side of Collins looking back to the northwest, these are the views that you would get along 20th Street in Collins. Next slide. This is the lobby I was referring to earlier. This is where patrons will come in from 20th Street. They will be checked in by the host, basically checking for they're not underage, they're not drunk, they're not high, they have reservations, and they're dressed appropriately. Once they pass through that, then they can either take the stairs up to the second level or take the elevator, which is directly north. Next slide. I'm sorry, this is a little bit smaller, it's small for my eyes, but as you can see in the bottom, those are the stairs and the elevator core. You come up to the second floor, you take a right, you go through a pair of glass doors as one of the noise mitigation features that we reference in the operations plan. And once you're past the glass doors, which remain closed at all times except when the patrons have to enter, then you get to a reception desk. When you're at the reception desk, the hostess checks you in, and then another hostess escorts you to one of the booths that you see. There are booths spread throughout the whole floor plan. There's 2 bars, one on the north, one on the west, and the upper, I guess, northwest corner, that's the VIP area. In the rear, of course, the restrooms. It's not such a elaborate floor plan. It's pretty easy to follow. Next slide. This is what it looks like if you're standing on 20th Street looking to the north, and then the bottom rendering is when you're in that lobby, you look to the stairs to the right and the elevator dead ahead. Next slide. These are just some of the interior views, subject to some changes. This is an early idea of what it could look like. Pretty nice looking. Next slide. So as Rogelio described, the operating hours Sunday to Thursday, 5 to 2, Friday to Saturday, 5 to 5. The seating, 125 seats. The way the fire department, however, calculates OC load is that every square inch has a person. So unfortunately, there's a big disconnect between the seat count and the OC load, but that's just the way the fire department calculates. The staff's going to be about 50 people. Music, indoor use only with separate vestibule on the ground floor, and of course, the various noise mitigation techniques like the glass doors I described. And the valet, there's a whole valet parking garage with the entrance due west from our establishment. Next slide. So as Rogelio also described, the prior use was enormous. It overtook all of what is now CVS and then our space as well. And it was over 700 people, and it was a much more intense use because it also had a dance floor. Again, we are just going to be a cocktail lounge, no dancing here. Next slide. So again, the security is within the operations plan, but there'll be an enormous amount of security guards throughout the place. In fact, there'll be 2 security guards at the front entrance, which is also an exit, and then there's another exit farther to the east on 20th Street. We'll have 2 guards, and then there's an exit that's buried within the property, but they felt they needed to have 2 guards there as well. Next slide. So Show Hospitality is not a newcomer, but they haven't been around for a long time, but they have a lot of interesting venues. They have Playa on Lincoln Road, Mal Miami in Midtown. They have Covo in Midtown as well, and they're opening up Delilah Steakhouse in Wynwood on North Miami Avenue, and Okojo Rooftop also on North Miami and Wynwood. Next slide. This is, you know, if you all know where Meat Market used to be, now Playa is there, and they've done a really nice job of continuing a good tradition of good dining there. Next slide. And that's it. Happy to answer any questions you all might have. I think Kent probably wants an opportunity to address you all.
Sure. We'll start with Ken, and then we'll go to the public.
And Mr. Chairman, before we open to the public, do any board members have any communications to disclose? No?
Any? Nope.
Okay.
Looks like not. Careful.
I think it's still good morning, and thank you for being here and working so hard for the city. We have a brief presentation. I represent Satai Hotel Association, excuse me, Satai Hotel Acquisition LLC. We are the owners of 82 units in the Vanderbilt Hotel, which is the Art Deco hotel immediately along Collins Avenue, which is the second part of the Satai complex. The Satai Hotel Acquisition LLC not only owns a total of 82 units in the complex, but they also operate the hotel operations and commercial operations on the site. We have worked with the association in assuring that the neighborhood will be quiet. And we feel we've done a good job, and the planning board and staff have worked with us for many years, and we've kept the neighborhood under control. The real big problem in this site was the prior operator who had been out of control and had massing of patrons outside on the sidewalk queuing in.
Ken, what was that, Aura?
Aura. And it was a mess. And you will see in there the photographs. These are photographs that are part of the actual official file. We actually had to put cameras out on our property looking over the area, and we documented day after day of how much they were out of control, forwarded to the planning department. The planning department cooperated with us, and the city did the right thing, and eventually Aura went away. We're worried that it could happen again. I've talked to the operators.
Did they go away because their CUP was revoked, or they just went out of business?
A number of things, but this was a reflection of the lack of control and running a good business. You have scenes like this. And from my understanding, talking to these people, looking into some of their background, it seems like these operators are different, but there's still, we have a concern. As everybody.
Please tell me that was New Year's Eve or something.
No, it wasn't, unfortunately.
I'm
And it was
joking.
crazy. It was
I'm joking.
300, 200, 300 people
Yeah, that's
outside
insane.
sometimes.
It's like, where's Waldo?
So, you know, we are hoping, and there's some problems even with this proposal, but we want to work with them. So this is it. Before, there was both an upstairs and downstairs. So it was about, I think, 8,000 or 7,000 square feet approximately. Now it's 4,000 square feet upstairs, and it's limited to 125 seats. Now, they tell us that it'll be limited to reservations. And if they follow their business plan, it seems like things will be under control. And assuming they do follow the plan and they actually start making money, and they make a lot of money, there won't be a problem. But we know the breakdown happens when things don't happen the way you plan, and then they go in and take another model. So we want to be certain that nothing happens in the future. And what we'd like to do is propose some language in the actual order. And Mr. Larkin and I went over this language, and he seems to be acceptable. In fact, I'm going to provide a copy to you all with the additional language. May I hand it? Let me hand this out. I'd rather not have to climb up on that stage.
Hand it to me over here.
What are these, is this a revised condition?
Yeah, this is a
conditional use?
revised edition on page 4 and 5. And this, and Michael said he was favorable to this language, and the owners seem to be able to live with it. So on page 4 of the proposed order, I redlined the changes. So the second, let's pass it all out if you can. Is there enough for everybody?
Yeah, just hold on, I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
I have a couple more.
So you're,
Okay, we're talking about condition L on page 4. And we're proposing to add additional language,
Page
so the
107.
second sentence of
Page
L will
107.
read, "Any queuing of patrons shall occur within the interior of the premises of the subject property or inside the venue it's only." That's the first condition. And then on the next page,
well, and you said, Mike, you're in agreement? Yeah. Okay, because that's a reasonable revision. Go ahead.
and then the next condition, Mike and I get along very well. It's clients that sometimes give me a problem. On page 5 of 6, number 10, we're going to add to the language after excessive, unnecessary, or unusual noise, and these will be additional conditions, or valid complaints about queuing of patrons on the exterior of the property or on adjacent public rights-of-ways and sidewalks, or valid complaints about crowds on the exterior of the premises related to the operation of the neighborhood impact establishment.
Ken, let me ask you about that, just
Yes.
because the lawyer in me comes out. How do you define what a valid complaint is? Like, what does that mean?
Well, the way I interpret that is not just a complaint, but it has to be shown to be factually
You mean
accurate.
the code compliance confirms it?
Compliance, or a witness
Well, then
comes.
that would be a citation issued, no?
Not necessarily.
So that's
And
my
I-
question then, who would determine?
Well, that would be
'cause to me,
determined by.
vagary leaves to litigation, so
The
that's why I
board-
want to
right,
batch
and-
it down the hatch here.
I,
so.
well, this will be conditioned, so hopefully the code compliance, but I think it would also include if somebody comes up here in front of this board, presents facts to support the allegation. So it would read, the planning board shall retain the right to call the owner or operator back before them and modify the hours of operation or the occupant load should there be valid complaints about loud, excessive, unnecessary, unusual noise, or valid complaints about queuing of patrons on the exterior of the property or on adjacent public rights-of-way and sidewalks, or valid complaints about crowds on the exterior of the premises related to the operation of the NIE.
You know, and I agree with, and the spirit is great. I'm just wondering if staff, you're okay with the word valid compliance? I just want to make sure it's not vague.
I think the way this would work Mr. Chairman, as a practical matter, is how any other violation of a condition of a board order works, which is if code issues a notice of violation, then staff could schedule a discussion
Right, that was
item
my
in the-
question. So valid in your interpretation means they get it, code issues a citation.
I think it would have to.
That was
yeah.
my
Well,
question.
It would have
I
to
see
be.
this, I mean, valid complaints is only including here in the staff's proposal, loud, excessive, noise, and what the gentleman's proposing, which I agree with.
Yeah,
is-
I agree with all
That's
that.
how-
But I guess we always would have the ability, if we got emailed a picture of queuing outside, like we got emailed, a complaint about, the Good Time Hotel, we can always do a progress report, require a progress report without it being a quote-unquote valid complaint. It's just a board member asking, the chair or staff, can we do a progress report? It's not necessarily a violation proceeding.
I agree with that,
Right.
but I guess you're missing my question. You're putting in a CUP, the language of valid complaint. So I interpreted the way you interpret
Right.
it, that means, so why wouldn't you just say where a citation is issued instead of a valid?
'Cause
I
what
just
if
find
it's-
valid a very
what if
vague
it's a
term.
warning?
Huh?
What if it's a warning?
I don't know, is a warning?
So, but it looks like you used the term valid that was initially your language,
Right.
the city's language, and is
Which
that sort
surprised
of,
me.
is that the standard language that gets used?
That's pretty much in every board order.
Okay, so I'm asking you as a staff, what does valid complaint mean?
We don't bring, I mean, I don't want to speak for the administration, but we don't bring properties to the planning board unless a code citation is issued. So, and the way these conditions, any of these conditions of your approvals are enforced is by code compliance. So if code issued a notice of violation of one of the conditions of this order, staff would notify you.
Right, so I'm just asking then, in light of that, why would you use the word valid and not resulting in a code violation?
We can remove that
Well, I'm
moving
just asking
forward.
you, I
and
mean, give me your opinion, because you chose the word valid, and I find that to be a very vague term.
there are some, I'll just tell you, there are so many conditions that we have a bank of conditions that we use for different types of applications.
Okay.
I think that if you'd like us to look at this standard condition moving
Well, as
forward and
long
make
as
it
it's
clear,
clearly
we
defined, so
can do
everybody
that.
knows
I'm
what it
happy to do
means.
that.
That's all I
Yeah.
want. I want everyone to know what valid means, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but that's true, the complaint could be a warning, and we have scheduled progress reports as a result of a warning.
Okay, so that could be a valid complaint. Okay. So everyone knows it's either a warning or a citation issued would be deemed valid. Is that fair?
Right.
Okay.
But what if there were photographic evidence of queuing that nobody called code, but a neighbor took a picture and sent it into the planning department? Would that be sufficient?
That may be enough for the board to have a discussion or hear a progress report.
Okay.
I don't know that it would be enough for the board to modify or revoke a
No, but
C-
at least having the conversation about something's amiss in the operation plan.
Right.
Sure, but the best evidence of a violation of a board order is going to be an adjudicated code violation.
All right, so
Right.
my recommendation is that it would be better to say resulting in a warning or a code violation versus valid, because I
Well-
find valid to be a very nebulous term.
I appreciate the point. We'll make that change to this order.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Ken.
Okay, so that is our concern. I agree with the change also about if there's any increase in seating, obviously this needs to come back. You know, the concern is, and Michael is telling me that the fire department allows 400 some odd people in this premises. And what concerns me is why the fire department should allow a greater amount than what would be controlled. But apparently, Michael says that that's been the way of determining occupancy levels. So I think that we need to, going forward, determine, there may be a better way of determining occupancy levels other than what's the maximum safe level. It may be safety with respect to fire safety is quite different than what's appropriate for conditional use permits, where there could be actual adverse impact to adjoining properties. Because that's really what your role is, to make certain that the conditions are appropriate so it has no adverse effect. And I thank you for listening, and I thank you, Michael, for working with me, and I thank the applicants, and I hope that the next time I see them is only in the context of enjoying their clubs. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mike, before you go first, is anyone here in chambers here to speak on this item? None, anybody on Zoom?
No names on, no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. You have anything to add?
No, sir, that's all. I'm just available
Okay.
for your questions.
Gail?
Please tell me again, who lives in this building? It's a hotel 100%, or are there people living there full-time as residents or tenants?
There are very few of the units where a homestead exemption is claimed. It's, for the most part, been converted to hotel units throughout the entire building. And you all shouldn't be as concerned about this circumstance, although mixed-use buildings are prone to have these type of complaints between the commercial and the residential owners. Here, directly above us is the parking garage, and directly east of us is dead space. The residential portion starts way east of where this venue is. So even in terms of vibration, which wouldn't be, they're not going to play music crazy loud here, but the vibrations will go up to the parking garage.
Did those people that live there, did they receive the notice within 375 feet, that notice?
It's
Were
more
they
of a
mailed that
It's more of a
notice?
staff question. I'm not sure.
We received the notification letters from the applicant, and I believe they were included. They were identified. The addresses
So they
are
should have
identified,
received in the
yes.
mail, so they should have received
Mhm.
notice. Okay, I have no questions, thank you.
Yeah, Michael, previous operator Aura, that was more akin to like a story nightclub, the theme, the intensity.
Right, with a huge
This-
dance floor.
Yep, and this would be more akin to maybe Mandrake that's 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
Is there any, Ken, is there any neighborhood concerns or complaints that you've had out of that establishment?
Kent? Yes, Joe?
Yeah, have you had any problems with the Mandrake?
The
Um,
Mandrake close to here.
I have not been told about any problems.
It seems like there's a similar
And
operating.
just so everyone knows, Sweet Liberty, when I was on the board when we approved their CUP, the vestibule really controls a lot of noise.
Yeah, I like working with the neighborhood here. It seems like good activation.
Yeah.
A step in the right direction from what the previous operator was.
Thank you.
Jonathan, anything? Yakhil?
You're getting pretty good. This was like over a year. This is what happens. Question for you. So the footprint for this new establishment, is there going to be anything else that goes into this space? I guess, is there any space that's not being occupied right now by the proposed use?
No, CVS takes up the overwhelming majority of what was the former Aura space.
Got it.
And then upstairs, we're occupying everything that we can upstairs, so there's no room left over for a third party.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry, before I go to Tanya, Ken, were you in agreement with his, Ken? Were you in agreement with his revised, what is it?
7.2. seven.
Yeah,
page
Roman
107.
numeral 7, 6A7, that it be limited to the second floor?
So,
That the noise, as far as a conversation,
yeah.
be limited. As far as from coming from the building itself, the second floor seems to make sense. However, you know, the noise of crowds outside is another issue.
Yeah, but
and
that's a
I'm not
diff-
certain how we
right.
need to address that.
Well,
'Cause that
we
wasn't-
have a provision that the queue has to be within the property, but just do me a favor, read his proposed Roman numeral 7 real quick.
Well, I guess one
I don't have
issue is if people,
I'll explain it to you.
patrons are leaving the establishment, is it in the security plan to ask them to disperse and not stay outside or smoking outside or whatever? I
Which
guess
is
that-
what we did for Mila.
Right, exactly, and so I think that might be something of a
Right.
concern.
Okay.
I'm fine, Jonathan, with adding that amendment to any one of these conditions here. That's no problem. Just so Kent has the benefit of listening now. So the way that number 7 is worded, it talks about patron conversations, and if they are plainly audible from the adjacent public right-of-way, then the code compliance officer can issue a notice of violation. All I'm saying is that people that are within our entrance lobby could be talking in very normal conversational tones. An officer could be 4 feet away, say, I hear you. I get to issue a notice of
Well,
violation.
plainly, well, that's First Amendment issues, as far as being able to walk around outside.
Not outside, inside. These are people having conversations within the lobby and being plainly audible to a code compliance officer that's in the sidewalk like 4 feet away. I think that's just overbroad. I think if it's restricted just to the second floor venue, then that takes.
Right, I hear you, I just want Ken's
understand?
blessing.
I'm not sure the way this is worded, I don't see how code enforcement is gonna understand it. That's the problem.
Well, that's what I
It's
said earlier,
confusing
how
for
do you know
me,
what floor it's
and I'm a
coming
lawyer,
from?
and-
Well, but can we ask staff why they put that in there? You guys put that in there, right? What was your reasoning?
To limit any people yelling or talking loudly from them being heard outside, but we obviously have no issue with somebody just having a normal conversation. So I guess
Yeah, I
some
mean, Mike,
clarifications would be merited here.
Yeah, Mike, in reality, would 2 people talking in your lobby be heard outside?
Yeah, the plainly audible standard is a tough standard, and if a code compliance officer is literally standing 4 feet away on the sidewalk, and they just hear someone talking in normal conversational tones within the lobby, they could issue a notice violation the way this is worded.
You're not having music down there, you're not
No,
having
it's-
parties on the first floor?
No,
Nothing
it's
like
like 400 square feet. And there's already a condition in here that says if you do have speakers, they can only be background music, which we think is fine as well.
So you could do something like, leave this as to sound and vibrations generated from the second floor of the venue.
Fine.
And then for the second, for the first floor, you could say something like, sound and vibrations beyond recorded music and patron conversations from the first level, is not, it would not be beyond that would be a violation.
I agree with that.
I don't want to belabor the point, Jonathan. You're right in what you just said about that was 8. And when I'm looking at, my concern has always just been 7, that the way that these conditions are worded, it could lead to just unfair results if.
Oh, right, Jonathan, 8 addresses what you just commented.
And-
8 is the interior, but the concern is obviously loud crowds on
Right.
the outside. That's the real concern.
Well, that's been addressed.
How about we just say excessively loud patron conversations? I can understand when someone's screaming in the lobby, but this could also be a normal conversation is plainly audible, and they could issue a notice of violation.
The code treats plainly audible as anything that does not interfere with normal conversation. So I think if it exceeds that level, it would interfere with. It
Right,
would
Mike,
necess-
let's just leave it, and if you
Alright.
start getting violations because people hear people talking in your lobby, we'll look into it. Let's
I
leave it
understand.
at that.
I appreciate your
All right.
flexibility.
All
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Chairman.
And we're not gonna complain about people
Yeah, I
talking
just
in
don't
this
see that
lobby.
happening, so I think we're creating a problem where one doesn't exist. But if you start telling us we're getting, codes writing up because they hear people talking in your lobby,
Are you saying I'm trying to over-lawyer this? Is that
Yes.
what you're trying to say?
all right, so let's go with them. Anyone want to make a motion?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, Tanya, I'm so sorry.
and Melissa.
My bad.
That's okay. Staff, as of right, they are permitted to operate until 5 a.m. at that venue?
They need a CUP, but yes, the
But-
code allows the 5 a.m. operation at this location, yes.
Because looking at the list of, I don't want to call them competitors, but your compatriots who are doing similar sorts of things in the neighborhood, I missed two of them, sorry. Oh, well, I looked at 3 out of the 5. 2 of them are open until 3 p.m. Sweet Liberty and Orange Blossom, do you happen to know what their hours are?
Orange Blossom is just much more of a restaurant. I would be surprised if they take advantage of their fully licensed ability. And Sweet Liberty is a great place, but it's a small place. So as in terms of intensity, even if it was open until 3 a.m., I don't see it much of an issue with ours operating and Sweet Liberty at the same time.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at, as the city tries to transition to a little slightly moderated nightlife, and there are already, no one's trying to close anything down. And this is only for 2 nights of the week. Would there be a possibility to keep it open till 3 instead of 5 on those 2 nights where you want 5 o'clock?
I just think those are the nights where it will be the busiest. And in terms of business and profitability, I think it's certainly not the peak time, but I think they do want to capture the time from 3 to 5 because a lot of other hospitality workers get off at that time, and then they would come to this venue, I think. So I think that it's only 2 nights a week. The remaining nights, it's done at 2 a.m. I just think it kind of matches the weekend.
I agree with Tanya.
I mean, we're in this weird sort of in-between limbo where we've been for a few years, where I understand your argument and the business model, I get that, and we're also trying to sort of tweak where we are, but the laws permit you to stay open till 5. I mean, I guess my wish would be for your client to proffer 3 o'clock is fine, but we don't have a leg to stand on because the laws are what they are currently.
We could certainly come back within 90 days and right after the BTR issues. And if there's any sense that being open past 3 on Friday and Saturday night is an issue, then you all feel free to modify it and roll it back to 3 a.m.
Deal.
We do have, just so that you're aware, we do have in the condition that states the hours, that these hours shall not supersede any future amendments to the city code pertaining to hours of operation for alcoholic beverage and or entertainment establishments. So if the city commission in the future decides to modify those hours, those would apply to this venue as well.
And I
They
agree.
automatically have to come back after 90 days?
Well, that's what Michael just
It-
offered.
Yes,
But
we
it's
do have a-
automatic. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we do have a provision in there for a progress report in condition number 1.
And just to give further strength to what Helio just said, like I'm not one of the attorneys that says the city doesn't have a right to regulate the hours to sell alcohol. I think that they do, and they absolutely do. And I don't think the CUP in any way contravenes the city's right to regulate the hours to sell alcohol.
Thank you, Michael.
I know.
When he said that at 12:00.
Yeah,
We'll put that- we'll include that in the
Can we all do
order.
a pinky swear on that? Is a pinky swear legally binding? Can we?
It's the truth.
Okay.
Time, are you done? Melissa?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Speak into your, okay,
I'll make a motion to approve
But it's, okay, but it's with,
with the,
it's with the revisions
hold
agreed
on.
to with Ken.
So that would be the
I guess
revision.
with the revisions mutually agreed to by
So L-
Michael and Ken.
L and 10, I'm sorry, whatever the
Well, it
number,
was in-
6L,
No, but it was in 4.
4, right?
It was
Right.
in 6,
Ken had 2 and I had 1.
7.
right,
No, that one we're not including.
right, we're leaving
Okay.
it.
It was L and 10.
And then an agreement that they're coming back 90 days after the,
And that there was one that Michael stated from Kent, for condition 4, that notwithstanding the foregoing, any modification that leads to additional seating shall require the approval from the planning board.
And then Jonathan had 1 that I can't remember where it went.
I think
I
we
think-
decided just to,
See how it goes.
we'll
Okay.
see how it goes, yeah.
and then Rogelio adding that they come back 90 days after BTR issued.
That's already in there.
Oh,
That's in
okay,
condition
great.
1.
Okay,
Accepted.
all right, that's the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Jonathan? Okay.
Zemet, second by Mr. Frieden. Roll call, Ms. Speedy?
Yes.
Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Zemet?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you both. Okay, next is Planning Board file, Planning Board 220562, 1656 to 1698 Alton Road, the Alton.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I apologize. I represent the BH Alton. Could we skip over us? I'm still waiting for my traffic consultant. So-
Sure.
And I know there's going to be questions, so if we just go one, everyone else is here outside.
Yep, we will move on to Planning
Thank you.
Board file 230611, 1601 to 1619 Drexel Avenue, South Beach Food Hall.
Okay, so Planning Board 230611, this is an application for a modification to a previously issued conditional use permit. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to change the name of the owner-operator. This is the location of the former Timeout Market, which is a food hall approved by the Planning Board. It's been operating, however, Timeout has decided to no longer operate there. As a result, the owner, who was listed as the owner in the CUP, is instead going to be operating the property and continue operating it as a food hall with the same conditions that existed prior.
Wait, the owner of the property or the owner of Timeout?
The owner of the property will now be operating the food hall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're just here because of the change in operator?
They're here for the change in operator,
But
yes.
everything else remained the
Sejas,
same?
is that Mr.
Paul
Se-
Sejas, I believe, is the
Okay.
owner, yeah.
So everything else remained the same?
Everything else will remain the same. So we're going to be striking out Timeout Market, replacing that with 420 Market LLC, which will be the operator that will be running the market pretty much in the same fashion. We do recommend typically with these name changes that we modify the condition for new owners or operator, that rather than having to come back to the board for a modification, that they submit an affidavit approved by the city, and that subsequent to that, they come back to the planning board for a progress report. And then
Although the owner is the same, it's just they're becoming the operator.
they're becoming the operator,
Okay.
yes. Yes, the owner is not changing. A new condition that requires that the applicant provide access to the area subject to the CUP for inspection by the city, which these are standard conditions that we're including in new conditional use permits. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Great. Ma'am?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Cecilia Torres Toledo, Acreman LLP, offices at 98 Southeast 7th Street, here on behalf of the applicant for 20 Restaurant Market LLC. As Rogelio said, this is a very simple application. All we're looking to do is to change the operator. Once Timeout Market closed its doors, they announced on June 1st, and they were closing on June 30th. And Mr. Paul Sejas, who's the property owner, was very concerned about the dozens of local hospitality workers who all of a sudden might not have a place to work. So he stepped up, created this entity, and is going to operate the market as the South Beach Food Hall. The first step in getting all of our operating licenses up to date is to update the CUP so we can get the new CU, BTR, and all that good stuff. So again, very simple request. If the board has any questions, I'll be happy to answer, and thank you.
Okay, any disclosures?
Talked to Adam, the resident across the street, just now.
Okay, any other disclosures? Okay, sorry, you, okay, before you go, Tanya has a question for the applicant.
So I understand, does the property owner is now becoming the operator? Does the property owner have any experience operating a food hall?
Well, Mr. Sejas has retained some of the team that was local and that was working with Timeout Market. So basically the people on the ground aren't changing. They're being now Mr. Sejas employees, so the operations should continue to run smoothly.
Okay.
Well, can I ask, like, in terms of, like, the vision for it, it won't be Timeout, are they going with all new vendors? Or is it, how is it gonna be all, instead of contracted out or leased out to different vendors, is it gonna be all controlled by the one owner? How is it?
So a lot of the food vendors that were part of the Timeout Market are staying. The vision is to relaunch it as the South Beach Food Hall. They're really, like, again, this happened in June. They're really trying to get their bearings and see how they can make it work. But right now, my understanding is nothing really is changing, and the vendors are still there. And let's see if we can find a more permanent solution. But for now, we're keeping these people employed.
Maybe no bearing on this application, personal curiosity. Is this a economically feasible go-forward business model, or is this kind of a temporary solution as a new concept or tenant is being sought?
I'm not really sure what the long-term plan is, if Mr. Cejas is going to continue to operate the market or look for a new tenant, but for now, we're doing what we can to keep these people employed.
My gut is we'll see how it goes and then go from there. All right. Adam?
Good afternoon. I'm Adam Shedroff. My family owns the property, and I live across the street from the Time Out Market. We have no objection to this change, only requesting one thing. They currently have a double door that was installed there to lower the sound. Instead, it's being used with a microphone, it's not a microphone, a speaker in between the two double doors, leaving the outer double door open, so it's being used as an amplifier to put music out on the street instead of being used to limit it. So that being the only exception though, I'd ask if you could have them remove the speaker that they have between the two double doors.
Okay.
I have a question.
Hold on,
Okay.
hold on one second.
Oh, sorry about that.
Anybody else in chambers to speak on this? Okay, anybody on Zoom?
We have nobody on Zoom.
Okay, Gail?
What does the existing CUP say about speakers? I think it says no outdoor speakers allowed.
I think you're correct.
Okay, okay, thank you.
All right, we'll close the public hearing. Questions of the board?
Would you be willing to take the speaker out of the vestibule? Because the intent of no outdoor speakers was so it wouldn't disturb all the residents across the street. And what he said sounds like
Right.
you're trying to.
I have no personal knowledge if there's a speaker there or there isn't, but if there is one, I assure you that our intent is to comply with UCUP and minimize noise, and I'm sure our client would have no problem removing speakers that shouldn't be there.
But I don't know if that speaker, it sounds like that speaker in the vestibule like tries to circumvent the law. So maybe we have to add no speaker in the vestibule.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it seems weird that you'd have a speaker in the vestibule
Right.
anyway. The purpose of a vestibule is to shelter the street, but, so we're gonna go ahead and add that if it's not in there, just to remove that speaker from the vestibule and keep them inside.
Understood.
Okay.
And there's also a condition in the existing order that double door vestibules shall not be left open or propped open during operating hours.
Yeah, but there shouldn't be a speaker in the vestibule. I agree with that.
Right.
Okay. All right, unless there's, sorry.
There's a provision, that no dance floor permitted. Is that supposed to be dance hall? I mean, because usually when we include that provision, it's supposed to be, we usually do dance hall.
That's probably a better term to use than dance floor.
We have no objection to that being modified.
All right, someone wanna move it?
I'll move it.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that caveat that.
With those
there-
two.
Yeah.
So.
You got that, Relio?
No speaker in the vestibule and change dance floor to dance hall.
Second?
Second. I'll second.
Okay.
Motion to approve by Ms. Spot, seconded by Mr. Cement. Roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Ms. Spot?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Alfredo, you know what, since normally the restaurants are behind us, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break for everybody, and we'll bring you on next.
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
I feel like I'm a news anchor. Okay. Welcome back. That was a little longer than 2 minutes, so thank you for indulging us. And we will proceed with item number 8, Planning Board File 22-0562, 1656 to 1698 Alton Road, the Alton. Mr. Gonzalez.
And Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
just
I'm sorry.
since we have some
Right.
newcomers, I'd like to swear in anybody
Oh.
who's not yet been sworn in. Could you raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you, Rogelio.
Okay, so this is file number PB22-0562 for 1656 through 1698 Alton Road and 1677 through 1683 West Avenue and also 1245 Lincoln Road. The project is known as the Alton, and it's an application requesting a conditional use approval for a new 7-story mixed-use development exceeding 50,000 square feet, including a parking garage with mechanical parking. So this project will be taking advantage of the recently adopted height incentives for the development of office space, of Class A office space. So as I said, it's a 7-story mixed-use building. The ground floor will consist of commercial uses, and then there will also be 5 residential units provided on the 3rd floor. And then the upper levels will consist of office uses and a rooftop amenity deck for the residents and the office tenants. The parking will be located on the on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The development site consists of 7 parcels. There's currently a couple single-story retail buildings. I believe most of them are in the process of being demolished right now. And then on the rear facing West Avenue, there is a surface parking lot that will be used as a driveway for the project. The unified development site also contains a few other buildings that will not be touched as part of this development. Those are the buildings that face Lincoln Road, where currently Ceviche 105 is located, and some other retail spaces. The project also includes, the unified development site includes the property to the north where Trader Joe's is located. And so recently there was an amendment adopted to the zoning ordinance, which allows that site to be incorporated into the development without having to comply with some of the use restrictions that are necessary for the office incentives. And the purpose for incorporating that site is to minimize the need for residential development in the new project in order to avail themselves of the 0.5 FAR bonus that's allowed in the CD2 district. So the project will contain 11,770 square feet of retail, 5,000 square feet of restaurant space, 89,610 square feet of office use, and 11,826 square feet of residential use. Given the scale of development, the proposed uses are not expected to have huge impacts on quality of life to nearby residential properties. There's no nightclubs, there's no really intensive nuisance uses that are proposed on the site. So traffic for the site will be from the alleyway and from the driveway facing West Avenue, and they will enter the parking garage that's to the rear of the site. The Unified Development Site also takes advantage of a recent alley vacation that was approved by the City Commission, allowing them to unify the sites on the east and west side of Alton Court. And also allows for a little bit of extra FAR for the site. Additionally, for noise, so again, we don't expect too much noise. They are proposing mechanical lifts. They will be fully enclosed in the parking garage, so we don't expect noise from those lifts. For delivery and sanitation, the use requires 4 loading spaces. Those loading spaces are facing the rear alley. And so their operations plan doesn't include hours. Staff has recommended a limit on proposed hours for deliveries in order to ensure that trucks are not on the road during rush hours. The plans don't indicate where their enclosed trash room is located, so we do have a condition in there requesting that prior to obtaining a building permit that be included in their design, subject to the review and approval of staff. And so with that, staff is supportive of the project, and staff recommends that the conditional use permit be approved, subject to the conditions in the draft order.
Thanks, Rogelio. Alfredo?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Alfredo Gonzalez with the offices of at Greenberg Traurig. On behalf of the applicant, B.H. Alton, here with me today is my colleague Devin Vickers, also from GT. We have from Schwo team, Jerry Peros, Samir, George, from Foster and Partners, the architect Christina Senye, sorry, who just came in from London last night. From our associates, we have Kansas Goodman, and from Clandar Landscape, we have Kenya and Carolina. I know you've heard about this project. I've been before this board over the last year several times for the alley vacation. Most recently, we were here with the text amendment change. We're now finally coming back to you for the conditional use permit of the project. And as Rogelio stated, we're asking, we need the CUP for, because we exceed 50,000 gross square feet of new construction, and we have approximately 48 parking, mechanical parking lifts. So for those two reasons, we're here before you today primarily. I wanted to just correct one thing on the record, Rogelio. I know the staff report says 7 stories, and I know the plans are a little confusing, but it's a 6-story building. The 7th floor is just the rooftop. So there's no actual 7th floor in this building. And what I'd like to do now is really go through the plan, have the architect go through the plans and present to you the projects, a full presentation that I haven't had the opportunity to do in the past. And with that, I will ask Christina to give the mic.
Hello, everyone, and I'm very proud to be here and to be presenting this project to you.
Ma'am, if you don't mind, just introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Yes, sure. So I'm Cristina Segni, and I'm a senior partner at Foster & Partners, and currently based in London, but was based in US for 10 years before. So as I say, I'm very proud to be here and presenting the project, and please ask any question, interrupt me if you need to at any time. So I think we're very grateful to Schwo to give us the opportunity really to design in this beautiful location in Miami Beach. Since the first time we arrived here, we were very impressed about the site itself, about the fact it's in a very prominent location in Miami Beach as you come in. It's like a real portal into the city. And it is in front of a beautiful building that you have, the 1111 Lincoln Road from Herzog. And it is also at the end of the very, most famous street in Miami Beach in terms of retail, so the pedestrian Lincoln Road. And so since the beginning, we try to really be respectful of the surrounding in the way we design the building. And it's a building that has 2 fronts and then is attached to the buildings on the side. So we wanted to be respectful of the buildings that we touch on the side, and as well as the very 2 different fronts that we have on each part, on Alton Road and as well on the alley and on the west. So what we did is that we created a structure that is very modular structure that really define the facades. And it creates a very regular and urban facade in Alton Road, where all the different uses of the building are integrated in itself without really making, exposing the different uses, but without making it look different as you go along. But in this structure, we also set back all the time the glass, so to be not too imposing, to be very structured, and to respond to the beautiful architecture that you have in front. And as you can see, it is very much in the materiality itself, a building that is in line with the quality of the buildings in Miami Beach, and it has landscape integrated on it, which also makes the building a lot more softer into Alton Road. And as we turn around, the idea is also that because we are facing the west, it is the more residential. So the building actually starts to set back on the south side, responding to the very low building that we have along Lincoln Road. And then as we go in on the west side, the building really steps back. So it is not, it is not a single elevation, but it provides, long terraces on the west, benefit from the views, and really giving up to the scale of the west. Let's go back to the ground floor. And I think what was very important for us is that to create a really permeable ground floor. At the moment, there is no connection between West Avenue and Alton Road at all. What we really wanted to do, it is actually to connect the two sides. So to give the opportunity of not only of a new covered walkway along Alton Road with the retail, but also permeability for the people to cross along and create a new pedestrian meandering path that takes you to the back. And this is a connectivity that at the moment it doesn't exist, and we think it's very important for the site and for the building itself. And we didn't want to create a very close building that but actually we wanted to give the building the opportunity to breathe into the city, into Alton Road as well as into the back, as you can see here. And this permeability that you see horizontally along Alton Road, as you can see how all the accesses are open for pedestrians and vehicular together. This permeability, we also want to make it vertically in a way. And so we took any opportunity to actually punch the building and create moments of lights inside the building that you can see from the ground floor as well as up. The ramp, for example, becomes an opportunity to create light and avoid all along the building to bring light down for the pedestrian they're crossing around, as well as we have these very nice voids inside the building, which are gardens, which the offices can use and which take the facade back and really penetrate and bring light into the building. And as you can see, they're visualized here. The idea was always like, we want to create, when you have different uses in one building, it's always a challenge not to make it look like a pancake with, so many different things, one on top of the other. So we created a structure that keeps it all together, makes it very homogeneous, but at the same time evidentiates the different uses and how they work. And when we got to the office space, we are really convinced that we want to go away from the old model of an office space, where you have, very long and deep office spaces with no natural light. Really, creativity and the way you work is really very, very hardly influenced by the place where you work and by the well-being, by the natural light, by the landscape. And so the building is actually really response to that. And so we have a landscape integrated in every single facade. We have terraces all along, and this not only brings the facade back, and so creates more privacy for both the neighbors as well as the people working on the office, but also really makes, long views. And when you come out, you always have the natural light in front of you, you always have vegetation in front of you, and that really we think is going to improve in a dramatic way the ability to work and work better. This is, for example, a view of the lobby elevator. When you come out from the elevator lobby and how you get in the office space, the first thing you see is sky and is vegetation and is the views. It creates this double height that you have in the office space that really emphasize the fact that you have an indoor-outdoor working space that can really work, that can really make you and the tenants and the building work better and be very sustainable. So again, just we hope we created a building that can really work very well in Miami Beach. And please just let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, anybody in chambers here to speak on this item? Come on up.
And before the public, do any board members have any communications, ex parte communications to disclose?
Just the same as the last time these guys were here. I've talked to Alfredo a bunch of times. I got an email from Matthew. I asked him some questions. I think that's it.
Talked to Alfredo for 5 minutes last night. I called him to see if there were any updates from our last meeting.
Speaking your mic, Joe, sorry.
Sorry. Called Alfredo for 5 minutes last evening just to see if there were any material updates that I was missing from last time.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Okay.
And Alfredo, did you conclude your presentation?
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. I spoke to the president of the building 1688 of the very large condo building, Mark Wall. Thank you.
Alfredo, you want to let him speak and then you'll address?
Right, I'm just, I have rebuttal afterwards, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matthew Goltanoff. I'm a resident, 125 Jefferson Avenue, for the record. I want to thank the applicants. This is a really beautiful building, and I think it will add a lot to the community, to the neighborhood. Wonderful design, world-renowned architects, Norman Foster and Partners, and Kobe Karp as well, I believe. Is Kobe still working on this? And Kobe as well, locally. There's a couple items that I think perhaps could be improved on this, and I share some concern on that. I did email all of the board members here, and I also sent that to the applicant, and we've had some discussions, and I think perhaps that some of the things that I mentioned to you all, they are amenable to looking into further and perhaps clearing up some of the questions. So I'm going to go right into it. The first one is the driveway. I don't know how much everyone reviewed the plans, but they propose a driveway right next to the Trader Joe's driveway. I don't know if anyone has walked next to that driveway, but it's really, really challenging. I mean, so much so that when my wife and my daughters, when they walk by there, I'm scared if they're by themselves. There have been numerous crashes or close calls between bicyclists. I've seen the aftermath of one of those a couple of years ago myself, and people walking there. It's a really not great situation. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is I hope that we don't have a similar situation just 20 feet to the south of that driveway. So the applicant's aware of this, and I know that they're looking at some ideas, but I hope that this board gives some really good thought to it. Just because there's a curb cut there today, and of course it only goes in one direction, doesn't necessarily mean that it may be the most appropriate. It may be determined that it is the most appropriate, but perhaps there might be other ways to accommodate all of the cars that are coming and going from this project. So that was the first thing that I wanted to bring to your all attention. And the other is the TDM, which stands for Transportation Demand Management Strategies. Like in other applications, I just want to make sure that there's some real teeth to these. That some of the things that they've offered, such as bike share memberships, transit passes, that those are actually in the order if it's appropriate. That the bike room, this is a really nice building. The design is great. The amenities are great for the tenants, but the bike room is small. And this is Miami Beach is a bike-friendly city. A lot of people bike for transportation, to work. Folks that are potentially working in this building, whether it's the offices or in the retail, they're likely going to bike or take a scooter to work in addition to perhaps driving as well. So we need to make sure that that the amenities that are proposed are in line with the Class A designation for this building. And of course, we know that they got extra FAR bonuses, took advantage of those, and there was a text amendment to allow more height. So I think it might be appropriate. Thank you for that time. I didn't know that it was over there.
Go ahead.
So there's a couple more things that I had mentioned. Just make sure that the order talks about the transit and the bike passes. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my computer where I left my worksheet at home. That the driveway really is evaluated holistically. If a solution, if you all see that there is a problem with this driveway entering and exiting onto West Avenue and crossing over the sidewalk and crossing over the bicycle lane, that, you know, take a hard look at it. If you can't come to a conclusion today, don't be afraid to say perhaps come back in a month or 2 months and really work this through. But I look forward to working with them on the TDM strategies, on the driveway, and I look forward to the board's deliberation. Thank you so
Matthew,
much.
just one question before you leave. I know that you're incredibly involved with kind of walkability and bike access throughout the city. Kind of my experience with the Trader Joe's garage is not only people turning in and people coming out and the near misses that you experience there, but it's also just a tremendous amount of queuing as it relates to vehicular traffic on that corner, probably from Trader Joe's all the way to that corner. So do you think, I guess based on your experience throughout the city, that there would be any mitigation that could be done, or would this make it worse based on where their in and out would be?
Yeah, you raise a great point that whether it's people who are turning into the Trader Joe's, whether they're turning at 17th Street,
Correct.
whether they're
I'm talking about people turning at 17th as well.
I mean, look, there's methodologies, and I'm sure that their traffic engineering consultants can talk about this more. There's methodologies, there's textbooks written on this, but the real world experience is what you all see, and that's why we have residents and we have experts up on the stage.
And I'm sure we're going to hear from their traffic consultants. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean,
your
I
thoughts.
think that the driveway, which crosses over the alleyway as well, I mean, I think that it will exacerbate the traffic conditions there. And I do question, right, if this parcel didn't exist west of the alley, would there have been another way to ensure proper access to this mixed-use project, whether it's from Alton Road, whether it's from the alleyways?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
While we're on the topic, Mr. Chair, if I could, just while we're on the topic of the driveway, I agree with you about the Trader Joe's driveway. Walking that with my daughter, who are similar ages, certainly is an issue. One of the things that, just from a layman's standpoint, that I see being an issue is how far to the sidewalk that wall extends. It doesn't provide any type of visibility. It's a similar concept of the issue at Publix on 6th Street in Lenox, where you're walking along there, and because that essentially barrier or wall for the garage extends exactly to the sidewalk, you don't have the visibility. So I don't know if the architectural team can keep that in mind, if there's such thing as almost like a little bit of a setback. So if you're walking along the driveway, you have more visibility into the traffic ramp.
On that note, well, I was the president of my neighborhood association when Trader Joe's was built, and that was our biggest issue, was that ramp coming out of Trader Joe's onto West Ave. And we came up with some solutions that were never incorporated. Putting the wall that you say, it's already there. So I don't know if they can change the wall, but we wanted them to build a big cutout so it's kind of like a window. You could see a car coming down the ramp, and the car coming down the ramp can see you. So since this is now an easement that includes Trader Joe's, I mean, maybe we could say something about that wall. I'm not sure if it's engineeringly possible. That's my thought on that.
All right, let's see. Is there anybody else here to speak on this item?
Thank you.
Anybody on Zoom?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing and.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, you
I
want
have
to
my
rebut?
rebuttal.
Go ahead, sure,
Sorry.
and then we'll start with Gail with question.
Okay. I wanted to address some of the concerns on transportation. So actually, I have a couple boards. I'm going to grab the easel and microphone. Excuse me a second. So I was meeting with Matthew to try to address some of the concerns. I do want to point out, to start off by, if you look at our traffic analysis, our proposed project is reducing the current trips by 1,800 trips per day. Although it's referred to as underutilized, that parking lot, the Epicure site is currently closed. So if we weren't proposing a new building, as a matter of right, they could go back and renovate, and it could become a shopping center, some kind of another supermarket or some other activity would generate about an extra 1,800 trips a day. So the fact that we're converting this to office and the traffic flow is actually reducing the overall traffic off this site by 1,800 trips a day. So I just wanted to point that out. It's not intensifying, it's not bringing more traffic, it's actually reducing the traffic. But I know there's been a concern about the driveway. It's a pre-existing driveway that actually today it's very unfunctional the way it is today, because it is a one-way, but if you see how one pulls in, if you look at the last two spaces, the only way to exit is to back into the sidewalk and the bike lane to then go eastbound. So those are conditions we're correcting by turning into two-way. I will show you, because I know there was one thing, and it was mentioned by several people that the actual dimensions weren't included in the driveway that are in the plan submitted. But we do have, and we'll submit this for the record, when we look at the two-way driveway, we exceed the side angles that are required. So you do have that visibility. Substantially extended. We also are over 20 feet from the Trader Joe's and 20 feet from the driveway of the city lot to the south of us. So we actually create a pretty expansive view corridor. So as cars are coming, when they're coming in, there won't be a queuing into the street, because the drop-off will you'll drive in and go all the way into the building. The valet drop-off is in our building.
This is valet only?
Yes.
And the sidewalk is where it's just hard to see because of the lighting, but.
No problem, I can bring it closer.
No, you could just.
Ah, there you go, you got lighting.
Ah.
So here's the end. So the sidewalk would be here, and then you have the bike path.
Got
That's
it.
immediately afterwards.
So there are no gates whatsoever, it's just pull in and go right up.
You
to the
pull in
valet.
and go straight down, and you would keep driving, cross the alley, and enter the valet, whether it would leave your car or pick up your car. And then when you're leaving, you come out this way as well. So if there was, let's say, everyone's leaving at one time, they would be queuing within the private property.
But what's to prevent people from, doing the inch up where they're waiting to kind of enter West Avenue, so they're now blocking or impeding pedestrian or kind of bicycle access?
We're happy to work with maybe some signage. I know on other projects we've worked on to make sure that you don't have someone just stopping on the sidewalk or the
Yeah, because
bike
that's
path.
what happens in the Trader Joe's, driveway very often. There's a lot of that.
And I understand that in Trader Joe's, it's a wall. So it's like a tunnel.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
can't see anything until you're out. So you're almost, if you're coming out of the Trader Joe's, and I've done it once or twice, where you can't see anything until you're actually almost on you're
Once
on the
or
sidewalk.
twice, come on.
Huh?
Once or twice. I guess, so I don't want to penalize you for Trader Joe's, because, that's not this project's fault. But I think what the neighbors are expecting is sort of something to overcompensate for what ended up happening with Trader Joe's. And so when I'm looking at this and I see a site triangle, which is great, but it really is sort of an insufficient, when you're talking about the bikers who are coming in the bike lane fast and not really in a position, they're not in a car, so they can't stop at the same speed that a car might be able to stop without falling. So what I would like to see is the plan in terms of preventing cars that are leaving. Coming in is one thing, obviously they need to, your cars making the turn need some sort of signage, be alert for pedestrians. But the cars leaving are the bigger concern for me, whether it's speed humps. We talked about, there was the project on Washington where they agreed to some sort of retractable bollards. That was you.
That was you.
Great.
One
So
Southgate Park.
I'm not necessarily, I don't know if that's feasible here, but there needs to be something stopping the cars before they even get to the sidewalk, and saying, hey, make a full stop and then proceed. Because what happens with the Trader Joe's, as we know, there's the ramp down, there's like a speed hump, it's awkward. You have to kind of put your foot on the pedal to kind of get over the speed humps, and then you're into the pedestrian area. And so what the idea, I guess what I'm thinking is some sort of either, it doesn't need to be a bollard, but it can be a arm, a gate that doesn't allow cars to zoom out and just fly into the intersection because they see an opening. You know what I'm saying? Something to slow down the traffic and protect the pedestrians there. The other thing that I would want to make sure is that in terms of not allowing pedestrians in that lane, I know that you're gonna, I really think it's an awesome idea to have the pedestrian walkway connecting the, I guess, Alton Road with West Ave and to the Trader Joe's. I think it's great because that's you're right, that's missing. But when you have the cars coming down on this lane, having landscaping or something that prevents the pedestrians from using their two-way
We
street.
do that. And I do apologize, we could have more detail. This is where the walkway is for the pedestrian. So we have so you have the wall, you have the walkway for pedestrians to walk, landscape, and then our drive lanes.
Right.
So we do buffer it. And we could explore on how to make sure that when cars get here, they have to stop. And maybe it's a speed bump, maybe it's a bollard, maybe it's a gate, some kind of mechanism so they would stop. Because once they stop here, we exceed the sight lines that are required by transportation and code. And I don't have the exact percentage because we have our heavy landscaping back here. So our triangle is much larger that when they hit the bump or they stop, they'll have clear visibility in both directions on oncoming pedestrians, scooters, bikes, cars, and won't have that condition that they experience in some of these other garages that are like that tunnel effect.
But I think even like Jonathan, to your point, I mean, it's a busy little area right now as is, and I mean, it's already, we're talking about Miami drivers here, right? So even if there's like a sign telling them to stop, it's a slow down sign, right? So I just think that has the, at any point, have you guys explored the option of having the entrance, which would have seemed to me more logical, off of Elton Road and, you know, creating a lane from where the parking spaces are there? It would have allowed for the traffic to sort of migrate towards a parking lot off of Elton Road, because this is a pedestrian bike lane. It shouldn't be used as a main lane. So is that ever explored in the plans to take it on from Elton Road?
Well, I will tell you that in talking to the city, Alton Road, they discourage curb cuts on Alton Road. So any proposal to provide entryway into the property through the Alton Road side wouldn't be supported by the city, and I think the city can speak for themselves. And I think FDOT would have issues as well.
FDOT Road.
So unfortunately, historically, that's how West Avenue, this area of West Avenue has always been. That's where all the curb cuts are for, this area I know very familiar. I grew up, as all of us who grew up here, I was at Epicure all the time. Driving in, driving out, you always came into that back lot and one of the parking lots and pulled out. I will tell you that we did explore the idea of having all traffic coming out of the alley, but I could have a traffic consultant talk to you, but that would exacerbate the problem and create a bigger problem on 17th Street. As it is now, we estimate about 30%, right? Sorry, 20% of our trips, when people are leaving, they will turn in the alley and go out. So 100% of our traffic won't go out to West Avenue. About 80% of it will. So that'll help relieve. And then we'll provide, we have no problem addressing that concern of as you're exiting, creating something to force the exiting driver to make a full stop.
Yeah, I think that's important because, I mean, you know, I've seen the scooters now that are in the bike lane. I mean, they come in super fast. Nobody's wearing a helmet. I mean, it's treacherous. So I think that's really important for me. The other question I have is, and maybe it's more a traffic question. So are the people leaving this lot, are they going to be allowed to make a left turn onto West Avenue? And same thing, people who are going west on West Avenue, I don't know if this map is, I'm sorry, south. The map is messed up. South on West Avenue, are they going to be able to make a left turn into this lane, or are there going to be the little street bollards in the way?
I know we have to make.
There's barriers, currently there's
Well,
barriers.
right now, I guess,
So you're trying to see if they're going to change that?
We're not looking to change that. And the idea is that when you exit, you'll have to go right. So.
And then when coming out of the alley, right now, I know that there's a right-only sign, but I see people doing it all the time where they make the left turn. I guess, so the only way to get to be able to go south on West Avenue is to go all the way out to Alton Road, take a right, Alton Road, then back. Is that
Right,
what
Or
you-
make a
you
U-turn
go
on
out the
7
alley,
on
you're
West.
gonna go out through the alley, go north to the corner, which is not that far.
Right.
And then just make the right, there's a light there, there's a light,
Make a
and then go
U-turn.
southbound on Alton Road.
Okay.
Which then also takes traffic away from West Avenue, which I think would be beneficial.
Yeah, by the way, and I just want to also comment, design is beautiful. I love the vegetation. I love how it's staggered, so to give more light to everything, I think that's a really good job.
Just
let's
sum up
start
the.
orderly. We'll start with you, Gail. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to sum up the width of the driveway issue, because we were alerted to that. In the documents, staff wrote about the wide swath of pedestrian to cross. So Rogelio, did you guys have a solution for that? Or are you just pointing it out for us to come up with a solution?
We're pointing it out as a concern that we think we can address administratively, making sure that there's enough clearance with the landscaping to be able to see what's there, and these are good ideas to make sure that the cars come to a good stop. That's definitely a good.
Okay, that's a good answer. Alfredo, you said all the parking's going to be valet. Is that what you said? Or can there be some self-parking?
Well, we're designing on the second floor that there could be some self-parking.
Okay.
Once we have our tenant mix, we'll
Okay.
have a better idea.
How many cars are included in the mechanical parking?
That will be on the third floor. We have 48 mechanical lifts, so that's 2 per lift.
So they hold 100 cars?
Right, 98, I think it's
Okay,
96. And the third floor,
96.
it will be accessible by valet only. So we do have, as the code requires, there's a separation from where the area will have self-parking, if we do have self-parking. On the second floor, that's separated from the third floor that you can't just access.
Okay, that's safety reasons. That's a
Right.
good idea. 96 mechanical, and then how many are not mechanical?
85.
85, wow.
Right.
I'm not a fan of mechanical. We had a client in here, an applicant in here, a couple of months ago. EME had a parking garage, and they said the parking garage, mechanical parking wasn't working for 10 years because it was a European mechanical device, and they needed parts, and they couldn't get them. And then I saw that you guys are buying this from a German company, so, red flag. I mean, are you going to be able to repair this? Is this thing going to stay operational? Also, gosh, I didn't know it was that many mechanical. We have a lot of electrical. I live on West Ave. We got a lot of electrical outages. You wouldn't believe how many. We call FPL all the time trying to fix this problem. It's like an ongoing problem. So it's a big concern. You have this many cars, maybe the electric goes out. I don't know if you're required to have a generator, or it can be mechanical, I guess, for manual rather. What would you say to that?
We do have generator backups, and we also, as part of the code, these systems have a manual way of lowering the cars. Obviously, we'd be with a trained professional.
Yeah.
There'll always be someone on call to be able to address that if that were the case. So.
And if the electricity goes out, can you put the car in there manually?
Well, if the electricity is out and there's no electricity in the building, the
Okay.
office is not going to be operating, so we're not
Okay.
going to have a full garage. So there'll be.
But the generator will.
Generators
The
off-plan.
generator
Okay.
Run it,
will
right.
run it.
Okay.
We do have a condition in the order regarding that the facility shall maintain adequate backup generators to sufficient to power the vehicle lifts, and that the generators shall be maintained in proper operating condition.
Okay, that satisfies that. I guess this is a question for staff. It said in the documents that you were intending to buy monthly parking passes in city parking garages. Is that true? And is that allowed? People who don't live here but are employees can buy parking spots in city garages, because we pay $20,000 to build those. The taxpayers pay $20,000 per parking. And I think it's kind of weird that a developer is being kind of subsidized if you use city parking spaces on a monthly basis.
What we're proposing to do as part of the transportation plan that has to be, as Matthew alluded to, as part of our parking program, we are availing ourselves some parking discounts, but in return, we have to provide a parking plan to the city as part of our permitting process. And many times what that includes in other projects I've worked on, they end up acquiring a certain number of bus passes, but ride share. That's what they're talking about, bicycle ride share. So there'd be an incentive for some employees not to bring a car and instead be using public transit. Not that we're necessarily renting parking spaces in another garage. We provide the parking we need, and we also have this extra incentive, which is in the code to incentivize.
So I know there's like 3 overlays that are on this piece of property. There's a parking overlay, there's an alcohol overlay, there's an office overlay. So the parking overlay, are you taking advantage of that? Are you building reduced parking based on the parking overlay on Alton Road?
Yes, we are. We're like every other building along
Okay.
Alton Road, we are doing it. That's why we would have to provide a transportation plan
Yeah.
to the city to approve that would include other incentives to earn that discount.
Okay.
So,
Well, okay. Now, I remember a long time ago when we met, you did mention a pass-through, which I think is a great idea. But I was imagining like a pedestrian pass-through, kind of like Icebox in Sunset Harbor. You know, it's so convenient to just walk through the middle of the block. But when you showed this pass-through, it kind of looks like it's more for vehicles and not for people. I mean, is this a people pass-through?
no, it's a 10-foot wide people pass through, and we could point it out to you.
I mean, is
Obviously,
it pedestrian-friendly pass-through?
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Can you speak to with the mic?
We think it's very pedestrian friendly. It's covered and it has vegetation and it is.
But there's also cars in that pass-through? Is there?
No. No.
Okay,
It's
I thought it
it's fully
was.
pedestrian. No.
Okay, then I take
no,
it back.
No.
To me,
No,
I thought it
It's
was very,
absolutely only- sorry,
I
don't
thought the
know where
vehicles were
plan
going
is,
through
but-
there.
Yeah, I think it might be here. Yeah. No. It's absolutely not. This is all pedestrian. You can go this
Oh,
way.
I
you
thought
can
that
go-
was like cars going around there.
No. The cars are limited to this part. So all of this is all pedestrian. And all of this is all pedestrian. So
Well-
it's fully permeable.
Well,
Yeah.
that white section, that's a circle. The cars
That
are
one.
going through there.
Yeah, but they go up.
But where do the people walk?
Here or here.
Like in,
No, they don't walk here.
okay.
No, this is just.
But there's a sidewalk for
It's a
people,
sidewalk,
is that what
yes.
you're saying?
Yes, there's
Okay.
a sidewalk, and then there's a sidewalk here and a sidewalk here.
Okay.
And then here you can also, I mean, if you're going inside, you can go through.
You go
there is
there.
a-
All right, well,
yeah.
it's not as
So-
clear as the Icebox one.
No, sure, but it is actually, we believe it's a nice experience
All right.
anyway, because you're going through a very, nice and beautiful,
Okay.
a full high space where you have the light coming through and you have the vegetation and you are meandering around. So it
Okay.
is not just a pass through, but it is a way to, a connection. It's a visual connection as well as a pedestrian connection.
Okay.
And this is also for the bikes as well. That is where the bike storage is, so the bikes can actually come here and use the bike storage.
Okay, I just had 2 more things. Because I saw this picture, so please explain, the activity on the roof, because I think it looks like it's a bar, but, and what are the hours of operation and stuff like that?
I could explain that. The rooftop, and that was a early rendering we have, which are in the plans. We understand you can't have an outdoor bar counter. There's no commercial activity on the rooftop. What the rooftop becomes is an amenity to the office use. So during the day and at different times, it can only be used by, there's a condition in the order that we agreed to, the roof can only be used by the office tenants or the residents in the 5 units that we have. So it's partnered up with any of the commercial on the ground floor or its own venue. So it's
Going
pretty
to be
much.
used as an event space for the offices and the
We
residents?
can't have a special event permit.
Okay.
So, as part of the agreeing to the 75 feet height, we have, in our covenant, we can't have special events, so there will be no special events.
Right, but can a resident have a party with 40 people up there? I guess that's sort of the concerns for the neighbors in the area.
Well,
Is there a limit? I can tell you, like at one of my old apartment buildings on Belle Isle, you could only have 10 people at the barbecue at a time to prevent parties from bothering the neighbors. And so I guess a question of, in that space, are there going to be limitations for rooftop? I know you can't have you're not going to have a special event per se, but if there's a birthday party by one of the residents, can they have 50 people up there? I don't know. I don't know what the spacing looks like.
Well, it's a pretty large spacing, so we can't have bars, we can't have sound systems up there. It's part of the, not only part of the covenant, but also a condition in the CUP. So we're actually reminded twice. So there will be the idea is that the office, as presented, has this inside-outside workspace. So the primary tenant is going to be the office users of that rooftop. So
Right, Alfredo, bottom line, I think what Jonathan's asking, you can't have music up there, right? No speakers.
No
So the
alcohol.
question is if a bunch of people went up there during work hours or lunch, whatever, it would just be them talking, right?
Yes.
Okay,
So,
and is
I
there
mean,
any,
if there was-
is there any limit to how many people can be at the roof at a time?
no, at this time there was whatever the occupancies. We were putting gardens up there.
And what, are there hours assigned to it for the roof?
We have not assigned any hours whenever the offices are open. So obviously in the evening, the offices,
All right, so
most
would you
of
have
them
a
are
problem
working.
with a condition that you won't have people on the roof after, I don't know, 9 o'clock?
No, but aren't the
but
residents
I
able
wouldn't
to
even-
use the roof deck as well?
I think they're entitled to use this roof. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
The-
yeah.
The issue is somebody who's gonna end up having mixers or a birthday party or whatever, where they're bringing in a DJ, they're bringing in bars that are set up. I think the bars are covered. They couldn't even have a party with a caterer
No DJ.
who with a bar set up on the roof, right?
Under the current, no.
Right. Okay. So I mean, that to me, that addresses it.
Yeah, it's just a regular condo, like rooftop, like any
Right.
other condo. I don't think we could regulate that.
Okay, good. As
Yeah.
long as you're okay, as long as you're okay. You're the West Avenue advocate. Okay. Gail, are you finished? Yes, I am. Okay, Joe?
Maybe the guys from the Lincoln Eatery are looking for a new spot to relocate Alfredo.
You're killing me.
Couple quick questions. The ground floor retail, commercial concepts, are those going to be accessible to the public?
Yes.
Okay. And then the Epicure, is there a contingency plan for the project if you're able to acquire that, which, I mean,
No,
I
we-
would assume you'd be looking to do, no?
I'm sorry.
Huh?
The Epicure site is,
Right, but isn't there the corner tenant there?
that corner tenant is owned by a separate entity. It was never part of Epicure. You mean the retail?
Yes, yes.
At one point, I did talk, because we were just looking at massing the site.
course, yep.
Michael looked at acquiring that corner. A lot of people have said to me, it would have been a more perfect building if
Right.
you would have had all the way to the corner. But the owner of that corner property wasn't interested in selling, so.
But is there a contingency plan if sometime in the future you're able to acquire it, it could be a compatible bolt-on project?
I mean, we could, in the future, and it's under a family control and long-term family member of Miami Beach. And they made it very clear that for them, their kids, they have zero interest in selling. They have long-term leases.
Yep.
So at least for the next several decades, that concept, I don't see that as a possibility. But if it ever came up to sale, and at that point down the road, I'm sure they could see if it would make sense to incorporate, but it's not part of today's.
And speaking of next decade or so, the last thing I'd want to see is this project, especially since the current or the previous tenants have vacated the Ace, the gym there. I wouldn't want to see a huge site in such an important artery of our city unactivated. Maybe for the development team, I think this project was first proposed when the rate environment was 400, 450 basis points lower. Is this project still financially feasible in this environment?
I think the answer is, and I could answer that in the sense that they have the design architects already. We've gotten positive feedback from the city and everyone so far on the building. So they've started preliminary design for construction drawings. So the idea is that we're going next month, we would go to the design review board. That would end the entitlement process, and they could just focus only on getting the permit set ready.
Yeah, well, wish you luck in
And
doing
as
that.
part of that, the demolition, that would go first. But, so they're going full steam so far.
So in terms of the residential, there's 5 units going in. What's the square footage of that, of each one?
I think,
Per
Per
unit.
unit.
I know it was about 11,000 for all.
it was about 13, no.
Probably 2
2 each? 1,200 to 1,500 square feet.
Okay. I mean, and just for a comment, you know, we always have to be considering, you know, low-income housing in these new projects that are going up. I assume none of this is directed toward workforce or low-income housing or anything like that?
No, you're
Okay, so I mean, listen, there's no
Yeah,
requirement of that. I'm just saying, for all of us on the planning board to be thinking about this, there's 5 units going in. We probably could put 15 units in the same space. That would be small, but our city's in desperate need for that. In terms of the landscaping on the side of the building, the foliage, is that gonna be controlled by the tenants, or that's gonna be controlled by the building itself?
It would be controlled by the building, because
Okay.
the building will lease to the tenants, but they'll control, to keep the character of the building as built, they'll be maintaining all the common areas.
Okay, and then the loading space, I saw that there was some question in some of the traffic studies about the loading spots. It seems like there's 2 tandem spaces for loading. Is that where the garbage pickup and everything would be? And so, you know what
Yes.
I'm saying?
We looked at that, and I know there was we further clarified the loading. We do have the 4 spaces, and there is the ability for all of it to come into the, off the alley, into the loading zone, including the trash. So it wouldn't create a detriment to the other properties.
Yeah, I guess because one concern is if you have the garbage trucks picking up the garbage there, there's sidewalk cafe seating there, you know, in the right around the corner on Lincoln Road, and so was wondering if that's going to impact that at all, if that building has any issue with the.
To be honest with you, I think that building where the cafes are, that's how their trash is picked up now. They're the last building, they're old buildings, so they have no loading zones.
Okay.
So I believe the trash is picked up in the alley, literally in front of the sidewalk cafe, so we're far off, so we shouldn't create any problems to our neighbor.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm in agreement with this project. My only thing is, the only thing that I would add would be some sort of stop mechanism other than a speed bump at the end on West Avenue. A speed bump doesn't work. It needs to be something that is a smooth transition into the road, so they're not, you know, I guess revving the engine, you know, accelerating to get over the speed bump into the intersection. Either a bollard of some sort or some sort of gate that comes down, and also signage of lights. You know, you've seen the like little like flashing pedestrian light if there's somebody approaching, or same thing, you know, car approaching, something like that warns the pedestrians, warns the scooter and bicyclists coming there. I think that's doable, but I think it should happen. Thanks.
Okay. A few comments from me. Hopefully this type of project could serve as a model for other areas of Miami Beach where you have higher vacancy and some type of need for reactivation, 41st Street being one of them. But has there been any thought to ways to potentially contain, I guess, the homeless population through that pedestrian walkway? Are there going to be hours of operations that shut off? You know, is that walkway closed at a certain hour?
We're gonna have 24-hour security, because we do have an office, and this question is similar to what we had in the previous project, the One Southscape Park on Washington Avenue, that has areas, the driveways. Because for the tenants, we have to allow them 24-hour access to their offices, there will be also security. So so even after the shops and the retail will close on the ground floor, there'll still be security to
Got it.
avoid those issues.
And then to the comments of the hours of delivery. So
sorry?
hours of delivery for
We're
loading.
supportive of all the conditions staff has put. I know since we had not identified the tenants, we didn't put hours. Staff recommended some hours. The applicant finds them reasonable, so we're supportive of them.
Okay. For the residential units, is it going to be apartments or condos?
Apartments.
Okay. Sorry?
Mark, yeah.
Got it. And is there a provision in there?
Non-transient market rate apartments.
And in the order there's language in there that it can't be rented out for, what is it?
Short
less
term.
than-
We didn't include it in the order, but because they are taking advantage of the height incentives for office, that is one of the requirements
Got it.
of that ordinance.
Got it.
Correct. So for,
Yes.
as part of the building permit process,
Well,
we will
wait.
be required to provide a covenant that has, under the code, to benefit from the 75 feet, no entertainment, no special events, and no short-term rental.
And the
So-
short term is what, 6 months or less?
6 months and a day, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
That doesn't apply to the Trader Joe's site, which is part of their unified development site. That was exempted. But for the rest of it, yes.
So for the existing, but all the new construction within our building, it does apply.
and then, again, just echoing what Jonathan said, just making sure that there's something on the way out, but also on the way in, just make sure that that kind of bike path is clear. It's clear for the bicyclists, it's clear for pedestrians, make sure there are no cars queuing. So just to echo that sentiment. And then ideally, hopefully also working with the city to ensure that the traffic lights on 17th are, calibrated in some which way to allow the traffic to clear out. Because we are seeing, even now without this project, a tremendous amount of queuing on West Avenue by 17th. So that's not really for you as much as it's for, staff to try and communicate with Transportation Department, but those are my comments.
Yeah, I don't want to reiterate, but I'm just very happy that Gail's the most affected board member up here, so I'm happy that you vetted it and that you're in agreement with, hopefully you'll make a motion that has whatever concerns you have. I wanted to thank you for flying down from London. It's a beautiful project, and all of you involved, congratulations. It's really nice. Tanya?
Yeah, I echo those sentiments and many of those expressed heretofore. I would just say, first of all, let me ask you a question. Matthew put a lot of work into his proposals and recommendations of things that we reevaluate, and you said that you had been reviewing it and talking with Matthew. Can you tell us, have you come to some agreement on some of the issues raised, or is it still an ongoing discussion, or where are we on that?
Well, we've clarified, for example, as he's talking about the bike, how many short-term and long-term bicycles parking there's on the site. And we're looking to see if we could expand it. Right now, we are 30% above what the code requires. So we exceeded, and I know that it's a little, and again, I apologize for the plans. The zoning data sheet had some numbers, and then it was hard to read in the site, but I could point out the sheets that clearly show the actual numbers of short-term and long-term parking, which is in the back. So A 8.03 and A 8.04 show you exactly how where we have the short and long-term parking on both the ground floor and the second floor. So it's not all put together in one area. We will work with Matthew to see maybe if there is any able to expand that, especially if there's a need. As far as the driveway issue, we're going to work with Matthew between now and DRB to see how we can enhance, and some of the suggestions from the board to enhance the two-way exit. We can't agree to a one-way, only through that alley, because that would mean 100% of our traffic would have to go
No,
out.
I understood that.
And that's our traffic consultants, it can't be done. So, but we gave them some additional clarity on the dimensions and how we could improve the sight lines, and then what the board suggested.
I'm glad you guys are talking and will continue to talk, and Matthew, thank you for, as always, for your hard and detailed and thorough work. But I will say this, that as we, as a city, are at an inflection point of mixed modality transportation, right? We've got cars, and that's the easiest way for a lot of people to get around, but we're trying to incentivize, bless you, and encourage scooters and, other sort of non-car, non-bicycle modes. I don't even know what to call them anymore. But and I know you've already gone above and beyond what the code calls for currently, but as I was saying this morning in another but related conversation, the code isn't currently written for the mixed modalities that we have, and the intersection, no pun intended, of all these modalities converging. So you have e-scooters on sidewalks going at 25 miles an hour, and you've got Vespas zipping along, and so we're in a little bit of a mess as a community trying to figure out how to best move forward. And so even though you've already exceeded the code requirements, if there is an opportunity to go even above and beyond what you have already done, in the anticipation that it's only going to get more messy in terms of the different types of vehicles that are trying to get in and out, and still protecting the pedestrians and people pushing strollers and walking dogs. And in terms of the mechanism to slow people down coming out so that they don't take out a person riding on the sidewalk or somebody, whatever, all those issues. But I've seen a lot of places have these automatically self-raising, self-lowering arms. So it doesn't have to wait. You don't have to come to a full stop necessarily, but it is enough of a pause so that you're forced to see what's coming on either side. Because as Melissa said, we can't legislate for Miami drivers' brains, unfortunately, and that would fix a lot of problems if we could. But that might be a way to address this concern, plus any kinds of those concave mirrors and, flashing lights and all the bells and whistles, which I know you want the building to look as pristine and gorgeous as it does in the renderings, and it does look beautiful. But where lives are at stake, and it's only going to get more complicated, I think, we need to really look at that.
And we commit to that. And I know that we had a similar conversation with this board and the HBB in that scenario on the Washington Avenue office building by the same applicant. And there we worked out a solution to hopefully address, once the building is built, then that one's going to have a bollard. We'll look at some kind of solution, maybe the same, maybe a little bit different, that creates the same thing, that requires anyone leaving to make that complete stop. That way they have the ability to look, because we have the visual corridor so you can see in every direction for pedestrians, scooters, bicyclists, cars, and then proceed out into the intersection.
And the flip side of that is also something for the people on the sidewalk, whether they're pedestrians or zipping along on their e-scooters at 20 miles an hour where they shouldn't be, for them to know that it's a live driveway and they better pay attention. So the responsibility should go both ways. Maybe one of those spinning barber poles.
I don't know if Tom will let me put one of those out.
Probably not. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alyssa?
First off, Matthew, thank you for taking the time to point out some of the weaknesses in the driveway system here. And to the architect, beautiful plans, and I think it's a great addition to that neighborhood. I'm not going to spend too much time repeating, but I'm on the same side as everyone else, the same theme here. I'm just really concerned about the traffic flow and the safety for the pedestrians and the cyclists. And so I do like some of the ideas that are suggested, but I don't think gate is a good one, because it slows down the traffic coming in. It's kind of hard to just have a gate on the exit, not on the halfway, since it's a one big driveway to control to have a gate only on the exit without having impatient drivers kind of go into other lanes. There are some complications, and I think it needs to be really thought through properly, where there's a good flow of traffic coming in. It doesn't slow down on the West Avenue, which I experience every day. And like Tanya said, there's people's lives at stake here. So it might just be having one of your valet attendants to be sometimes at the end of that driveway during peak hours and make sure that it's just helping out controlling traffic. I don't know what the solution is, but we've got to make sure that there's, people's lives are taken into consideration for this.
A crossing guard.
A crossing guard.
We need a crossing guard.
Get Tom to be the crossing guard.
School.
So the public hearing is closed. Matthew, did you want to say something? Yes. I'm going to reopen it for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. To Tanya and Jonathan's point, I think that there is potential for a gate. Alfredo did share with me a concept that they're working on where they might put a small median to separate the exit and the entrance, so that gate could potentially work. One thing we did discuss, and I failed to mention, is that Alfredo said that they would be okay with adding a condition that some sort of TDM status report, which would also cover the items that I mentioned in some of the emails and that Alfredo and I talked. And I don't know what the proper benchmark would be to do that, but I suggested perhaps 50% occupancy, just as some sort of place to see, when there's tenants in there. So That's the only suggestion, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Alfredo.
Got that, Alfredo?
And we're, yes, and we're
Okay.
fine with that condition.
So-
I think the concept was that once we're 50% occupied, an evaluation of our mobility plan, transportation, to make sure that what was forecasted is actually working. I mean, something we're gonna do, we plan on
You'll
doing
let
it.
the city know when you're 50% occupied?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask
That
you
would
about
be
the-
to the transportation
Would
department?
that, huh?
To the transportation department, you would be providing a study.
I could provide an update to transportation and planning.
Can I ask why we don't do that for every big project like this? Do a 50% or even whatever occupancy status report to see how the pedestrian traffic is going, to see how the staff, the employee bicycle share program is going. At the very least, I mean, if no changes will be made, at the very least, we'll see how some of these things are actually operating in real world scenarios, and we can make changes for the future projects. But I don't see, why we wouldn't bring them back, just for a status report or some sort of review to see how the rideshare program's going, how the pedestrian situation is going. And I know at that point, we don't really have much teeth, to kind of force them to change anything. But for future projects, we can see, oh, that retractable bollard thing didn't actually work for that project. We're stuck with it there because for whatever reason, but let's not recommend that for the next project.
So staff, you can consider that as a regular included provision.
We'll add that, and then I guess what we could do is we could share the reports with the board. We can add it to the agenda, and then the board can decide if you want to discuss it further, after reviewing the item, and we can
Okay.
schedule a discussion if needed.
All right, great. Does someone want to move it?
Wait.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
There was one more condition that our budding property owner, part of the basically a condition that would require a covenant in lieu of unity of title to be recorded prior to obtaining a building permit of all the properties. It's
Sorry,
already
can you
something that's
repeat that,
required.
Alfredo? I didn't hear the first part. Can you repeat
Sorry,
that?
it would a condition that.
This is for the neighbor that you don't. you're
No,
not
this
a-
is for the Trader Joe's site.
Oh.
So it's just another layer. It's already required in the code. I can't get a
Protection.
building permit
Yeah.
without a recorded covenant in lieu of all the sites that would match our plans.
Right, that
But a
makes sense.
condition, I think, could we add a condition that we would have a recorded covenant in lieu of unity title prior to getting a building permit
Yeah,
as a condition?
absolutely.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good addition.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? For in Matthew Galtenoff's email, one of his recommendations is that the applicant provide bike share memberships and Dade County transit passes. Would you mind us adding that to, shall offer that as part of the TDM strategies, the applicant shall offer bike share memberships and transit passes to office, retail, and restaurant tenants? Would you have a?
I mean, I think it's gonna be part of in a broad sense, we could. It'll be more detailed with the TDM plan once we have it developed.
Okay.
It'll actually outline how many of each. I mean, if you want to, as a general condition, we have no problem. I mean, it's part of the requirements of the TDM to look at those.
It would just be to strengthen the TDM language a little bit.
That's fine.
I'll move it. I'll move it.
Okay. Tanya?
So I would like to move this item, that we recommend favorable adoption of this by the commission with the various things that we've discussed about improving pedestrian and non-car mobility modes, safety upon exit, and strengthening the TDM and the in lieu of covenant that you just mentioned. Did I forget anything?
And just to clarify, this is the motion would be to approve.
Yes.
The conditional use permit.
With the following
Yep.
the additional recommendations.
Correct. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Spot, second by Ms. Speedy. Roll call. Ms. Speedy?
Yes.
Spot?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, again, thank you all. If you could
Thanks, everybody.
clean up this. There must be going something on, something must be going on Century Lane. I see a bunch of Century Lane characters back there. All right, you're up. So next is Planning Board File 230626, Century and Ferry Lane Overlay.
Okay, so this is an amendment to the land development regulations to establish an Century and Ferry Lane overlay. Currently, the area, this is located on Belle Isle. Belle Isle, the northern half of Belle Isle has RM1, residential multifamily 1 zoning. So it allows for multifamily development. However, Century Lane and Ferry Lane have a historic context of having smaller bungalows and single-family homes, even though those properties allow for multifamily development. And in addition to some other conditional uses are currently allowed. So what this ordinance would do is that it would establish an overlay that is applicable specifically to Century and Ferry Lane within the north half of Belle Isle. And what the ordinance would do is the following. It would make it so that the only permitted uses are apartments, townhomes, and single-family dwellings. It would prohibit all conditional and accessory uses in the overlay. Currently, it allows for daycares, religious institutions, public and private institutions, schools, and commercial and non-commercial parking lots and garages. So those would be prohibited. It would be an exclusively residential community moving forward. I believe there are some current, I believe there's a synagogue there, and that would be allowed to continue to remain as a non-conforming use, but any new ones would not be allowed.
And the daycare across would still be allowed.
And the daycare would also be allowed, yes. It does have a daycare as part of that. The other thing that the ordinance does is it would make it so that apartments and townhomes would not be allowed to aggregate more than 2 units, two lots. So their aggregation would be limited to 2 lots. Single-family homes could be combined with 3 lots. However, one of those lots would have a maximum height limit of 35 feet, whereas currently there is a height limit of 45 feet on the site. Sorry, 50 feet on the site. The additionally of the 3 lots, they would have to be designed keeping in mind the current platting of those areas, so the building couldn't just have one long facade. It would have to kind of be the facade would have to be broken up so that it would have the appearance of the traditional platting that existed on the lot. The next thing is if you are going to aggregate 3 lots, you would have to agree and execute a restrictive covenant so that no portion of the building shall be leased or rented for periods of less than 6 months and a day. So if you are going to get that 3rd lot, you do have to agree to that. Otherwise, you're limited to 2 lots. Additionally, there are some design and resiliency standards. It requires that all levels of the existing structure of a structure located below base flood elevation plus 1 foot can be repurposed with non-habitable uses only. Requires that they include a stormwater management plan in order to assist with resiliency issues that currently exist on the island, and it also requires that new construction be designed to incorporate naturally landscaped areas at the ground level, in addition to the minimum setback requirements, which are equal or greater to 5% of the total lot area. And then it also allows for green roofs to be provided with a minimum area of 25% of the total roof area, in lieu of that open space requirement. So this is to further improve the resiliency of these properties. For raised yards requiring a retaining wall, it requires that the exteriors of those walls be designed and finished in a manner that will result in high quality appearance when seen from adjoining lots. And then in instances where the elevation of a site is modified, a site has to be designed with adequate infrastructure to retain all stormwater on the site, so they're not impacting their neighbors. So this is intended to maintain that character. It still allows those properties to be developed with what's allowed under their current zoning, but in a way that's more compatible with the existing context of the community. And it seeks to strike a balance between the development of the land and maintaining that character. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the proposed ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Can I just ask a quick question for clarification? Lot aggregation guidelines, point number 3, the covenant for 6 months and a day. What is it? Is it currently allowed to have short-term rentals? Because most single-family unit neighborhoods or single-family housing neighborhoods do not allow short-term rentals of any sort. So what applies here?
This is not a single-family area. It is a multifamily area. It is RM1, so short-term rentals are already prohibited. So this is just an extra layer of protection.
But short-term rentals that are already prohibited are 6 months and a day or 12 months?
6 months and a day.
Okay.
Except obviously the standard allows short-term because the hotel.
The standard is, it's a legally non-conforming
Right, but the
use.
new development on the end or apartments, they cannot,
They
correct?
But the standard is not it's not a short-term rental, it's a
Right. It's a
non-conforming
hotel.
hotel.
Right.
And the standard is also not on Ferry or Century Lane, so
Right.
this overlay is technically not for them.
Well, I have another question, because I was confused about the same thing. I live in RM1, and you cannot do short-term rental. So in number 4, it acts like they are allowed, somebody's allowed to do short-term rental.
I can speak to that. The gap is as to single-family homes in RM1 districts. So the code specifically prohibits short-term rentals of an apartment or townhome in an RM1 district. But because technically a single-family home could be rented on a short-term basis in an RM1 district, this has been drafted as an incentive, so that in order to get this incentive, the property owner would need to record a covenant agreeing to prohibit short-term rentals on that property.
Now I'm even more confused. So in my neighborhood, the single-family homes are allowed to do Airbnb, short-term rentals, or whatever you want to call it? No, they're not.
And we can talk more.
Okay.
I'm happy to meet with you on that, but
But is that a yes or a no, what I just said?
in an RM1 district,
Yeah.
the prohibition on short-term rentals applies to apartments and townhomes.
Really? Okay.
think that's why that one on the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that offline. All right. Joe, you here to speak on this? Come on up.
As she's coming up, Mr. Chair, just one question.
Yep.
Because I don't think the synagogue or the school actually is in operation yet, I want to ensure that we don't get ourselves into the same situation we did with the bed and breakfast on Flamingo Way, where it gets caught up in some type of permitting issue, and then we're trying to play catch-up to resolve that. Are we certain that this is carved out and this will present no problems, essentially grandfathering in the synagogue and the school that are currently under construction?
Yeah, they have an approved conditional use permit from the planning board, and that will ensure that their legal non-conforming status can remain. So in the case of the BNB, they didn't need a conditional use permit. That was a use that was allowed by right, so there was no documentation that they were officially seeking that would have grandfathered them in. In this
Right.
case, they have an approved permit from the planning board that would allow them to continue.
Joe?
Hi, Bri. I'm Joe Ferrone. I own 9 Ferry Lane, and I've lived there for about, 12, 13 years, very happily. Of course, a lot of changes are going on in the neighborhood, and in a perfect world, I would have kept things exactly the way they were.
Joe, speak a little more into the mic, sorry.
I say in
There
a
you go.
perfect world, I would have kept things exactly the way they were, but progress is progress, and nothing much I can do about it. The synagogue you were talking about, Joseph, is in operation. They're finally, up and running, it seems to me. They had a nice ceremony there yesterday. And that synagogue, when it came up for approval from the design review board, I objected to, because I didn't want the nature of the neighborhood to change with taller buildings and what have you. But it's water under the bridge at this point. that has happened. I know that my dear neighbor Steve Rhodes has gotten approval to put up a 5-story building. Century Lane has had its share of 5-story buildings going up. And if I understand this whole proposal correctly, the provenance of it is from the people who live in the vistas, which who are objecting to the idea of various kinds of structures obstructing their views. I also understand that the standard now has been approved to go ahead with a 5-story renovation, and I would think that that would kind of put to rest the people in the vistas' concerns about views, because that will, in effect, cancel out the views that they're so concerned about, which I'm sorry for them, but that just is how it is. Nothing that happens on Ferry Lane before or after that is really going to make any difference at the end of the day.
Jill, you're supportive of this ordinance, correct?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're against it?
Yeah, I'm against it. I'm against it because what it does is it circumscribes what I can do and what my neighbors can do in terms of exploiting the value of their properties. My home is my main asset. I'm not a young person. It will probably be forever my biggest asset by far, my only large asset, to be honest. I think the same is true for a number of my neighbors. You know, we have in the past been offered, for instance, double market prices for the sale collectively of our properties to various developers. As I understand it, this particular proposal would make that kind of offer impossible in the future, and thereby impact very directly the potential value of our homes. At the time, just to give you an idea of where we're all coming from, nobody's in a big hurry for to sell off to a big developer. We did not agree to do so in the past. We wouldn't necessarily agree to do so anytime in the near future. We don't have any such plans afoot. However, for us to be told summarily and without any kind of compensation that no such eventuality will be available to us in the future is to say we're devaluing your property just because we're saying that we're devaluing it. I mean, I heard you guys, and I'm glad I was here earlier, because I do have to say I appreciate how thoughtful and deliberative you are and how just you seem to be. I was particularly impressed when you talked about the Lefrak situation and came to the conclusion that even though it wasn't ideally what you all might want, the law is 50%, not 40%. And so you approved that plan. I appreciate that you did that. And I'm asking that you take the same sort of consideration in looking at this particular situation.
Wait. I have a lot of questions because now I'm really confused. I mean, I was under the impression that Commissioner Alex Fernandez was doing this to help the neighborhood. Did he meet with you? Do you have a neighborhood association? Did you have a meeting? So who is this helping? The Vistas? I think I know that building. It's one building on the
Which one
west
is it? I'm
side.
trying
The
to.
one, the Vistas one that's been under
The one just next door to the Standard.
On
The
which
one
side
that-
of the standard?
It's
The
It's
west
west.
side.
on,
West
on
side.
Century Lane.
Okay,
The
the west
older
side.
one. It's the least attractive
condo.
building in
So what was
the Venetian.
Commissioner Fernandez trying to accomplish? Staff, maybe you can answer that. And second of all, you mentioned that the standard might be building a higher construction, but I don't know if that's
Yeah.
really true. I'm not sure it got approved, and I'm not sure. I think they wanted more uses like outdoor entertainment, alcohol, and that. But I'm not sure that they can go higher. So staff, could you answer those two questions? What?
The intent of the ordinance is to preserve the character of Century and Ferry Lane. It doesn't affect the maximum height limit that remains 50. I think I said 50 feet. It's 55 feet. that remains 55 feet. We're not reducing the height limit. It does limit lot aggregation, and if
Oh,
you-
wait, when you say it limits it, I read it that if someone can acquire 3 lots, they can then build a structure on the 3 lots.
they can build a structure
What could
on
they
the 3
build?
lots. The only thing they could build on the 3 lots is a single-family home.
Okay, and
If
so
you
you.
aggregate more than 2, you can.
Right,
you
so
can't do an
Joe,
apartment.
my interpretation of it was part resiliency, because I guess you guys are all below what today's code would require because of sea level rise that you'd want to elevate. See, I was surprised. I thought you were in favor of it, so I'm happy. No, so I want to understand your point. So if someone could acquire 3 lots on either of those streets, they would then
Yeah.
would be able to build, because apparently you can't build on that small lot currently and have the resiliency and code requirements of today. So tell me, I just want to make sure I understand why you're opposed to it.
Okay, honey, I'm opposed to it because I gave the example before of a developer coming and like Monad Terrace offering us, double
Right.
market value for our properties if we were willing to sell in aggregate. So in other words, a couple $1 million, and this was many years ago, $2 million for the houses not on the water and considerably more for the houses on the water. Because their idea was to do something like our neighbor, after Chuck, the new building there, I don't know what the
Right, but
name
no
of it
building
is.
could be built, right, guys?
No, because
Could be- you
right
could
now, they would be able to if they aggregate the lots. I think
They
if
could
this
put
over-
apartments or townhouses.
I thought you just said if they aggregated 3 lots, they could only do a
Only
home.
with the overlay.
With the overlay.
With the overlay,
Today,
they
they
wouldn't
can
be able to.
aggregate however many they want.
Right, this is,
Right, so that would protect them.
no,
No,
honey,
it-
what
it-
this
it
does.
limits,
Value,
it
I
limits the
think it
pool of
would
people
sort
that
of-
would otherwise be interested in potentially purchasing their properties.
So my understanding, Joe, is, correct me if I'm wrong, is that, not that anybody at the moment or historically has had the interest in selling out to somebody wanting to aggregate 5 or 10 home properties, but
Right.
if this overlay is enacted, and should the tide turn, no pun intended, that then limits you and your neighbors' collective ability to maximize your full revenue potential from selling your house.
Exactly.
That's the issue.
Thank you,
Okay.
Tanya.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many houses, because there's a handful of houses between Century
Yeah.
Lane and Ferry Lane. How many houses are we talking about? Because it seems to me it would be less than a dozen houses total, right?
It
Properties?
is less,
I think
yeah.
it's 10, right?
Right, so,
10,
so it
yeah.
just seems to me that this would be something, and I'm not sure what Commissioner Fernandez's goal was necessarily in doing this, but it feels like it would be a very easy internal problem to, majority of the residents want this or not. It's a pretty straightforward issue.
Oh, yeah, and we're very,
Well, it
we're
seems
it's
like
a
we have
tight
how many?
collective.
What do we have?
How many-
uh,
yeah,
Are any
four
of
or
you
who
all
else-
five?
who else
speaking?
are-
Are any of you guys speaking in the back? So she is representing your views
Yeah.
against the ordinance?
So you guys are all against, and you guys
And I
you
have
guys
a
are 4
written
property
statement.
owners total in the room today, out of
Yes,
10.
honey. And Alex sent he sent an email saying that I could speak for him, and I have a written statement that Kimberly asked me to read because she had to leave.
Yeah, I
So you're up,
saw it.
you're up
you're-
to 6 residents who are against this out of 10 residents and who don't want to see this happen.
And
Is that
also
correct?
Daniel is also against this.
So you don't know any residents for it?
Don't know a single one.
Except the Vistas, and that's why I think it's so weird. The Vistas is a big development, semi-big.
Yeah,
but they don't
wanna
want
protect their
another one
views.
next
No,
to them.
they're trying to protect their views.
Yeah, I know, but they're already like a big development, and they don't want anything exactly like them next door,
That's
which
because-
I don't like that, you know?
Because it started across from the Vistas. You have on the Century Lane. You have this new house that's 5 floors, I think. So I'm sure they're starting to see this tendency go towards these
All
high
right,
buildings.
so-
They
All
want to
right.
But I
protect
think
their
we have to
views at the
focus on the 10
expense of.
cent.
All right, guys, hold on one second before we keep, Joe, step aside 1 second. Tracy? Stay there, Joe, because we may have more questions.
Good afternoon, Tracy Slavens. Address is 3800 Northeast First Avenue. I represent the owners of 8 and 10 Century Lane, and they also have 9 Century Lane under contract. They intend to build a single-family home, but this ordinance also very much affects their design. There's criteria in here that isn't clear, and other criteria that's more restrictive than what's typically required for setbacks or green spaces.
So
as
I'd like
staff
you to
has
start with your
mentioned.
clients are against the ordinance?
Against,
All right,
correct.
okay. All right, so no one's for this ordinance that has any, that it impacts that I'm aware of. Is that correct? Okay. All right, thanks, Trace. I don't mean to cut you off,
You're
but,
welcome.
but,
Well, and to the extent that it does move forward. There are edits that we would like to discuss.
right.
I can either do that here on the record or staff.
Let's see if we vote, let's see how we vote, and if we're inclined to vote for it, then I'll have you come up and speak.
Thank you.
Yeah, anybody on Zoom?
We have 2 people on Zoom.
Okay.
Scott Foxman.
Hi, Scott. You have.
Yes,
three-
can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you. And you have
Scott,
3
can
minutes.
you swear him in?
This is actually a legislative item.
My
so-
wife.
Oh, I'm
and I have
sorry.
lived at 7. Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead, Scott.
Go ahead, Scott.
Okay. My wife and I have lived at 7 Century Lane for 15 years. It's right between the Vistas and the house that's going to be 8 Century Lane, which is going to be a 5-story house. I think everybody's a little confused by this. I think Joe's main concern, if I'm right, is that she will not be able to build to 50 feet. I don't think it's an aggregate issue. Because that's always been my issue. My issue has been that I'm only concerned that I can build to what I'm allowed to build to. If I can build to what I'm allowed to build to, then I'm fine with the ordinance. I think most of those people will be. Because I don't think any of us really want developers to come in. I don't think any of us want commercial. I think we're in favor of the ordinance. So I would go back to them, people standing there, and make sure they understand that they can build to 50-some feet, that this will not inhibit them, if I'm right. So, and then come back to me when you're done.
Okay, next.
We have Brian Pravda.
Hi, Brian. You have 3 minutes.
But I'm just curious, why don't you have to be sworn in if you're speaking on an ordinance? Like, why shouldn't you have to tell the truth? Not that you wouldn't, but I'm just curious.
I would answer that in the inverse. A quasi-judicial proceeding requires the board to weigh the evidence before it.
Okay.
And in order for you to, give appropriate weight to the evidence, testimony should be sworn. On a legislative matter, it's not required.
Okay, just curious. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Brian, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, sorry about that. Thank you all for your time. My name is Brian Pravda. I'm with Pravda Architecture and Design, and I'm the architect who is currently working on plans for 8 Century Lane, 10 Century Lane, and 9 Century Lane. And I'm very much against this ordinance, not only with the interests of my clients and the property owners in the neighborhood, but from a professional view, talk about what's actually in here. There are a lot of, respectfully, there are a lot of problems with it and things that are not clear and zoning gerrymandering, to put it lightly, because you have other 6-story buildings in the area with the hotel in the middle, and it's just picking out, just a handful of lots. What I see is with a specific interest for certain people, not with the actual residents and owners of the properties. Thank you very much.
Okay, Joe, since you were singled out, do you want to address the comment that was made on the prior?
Scott, that's not my concern. I see where you're coming from, my friend, but that is not my concern. My concern, yes, I would be concerned if there was a restriction on the height that was imposed out of the blue, which was the subject of another hearing at the Design Review Board a while ago. But this is about having the potential for other types of uses and sales to be circumscribed, unilaterally or capriciously by this particular idea. So no, we're not exactly on the same page on this one.
All right, I want to give him one opportunity to come back on. Is he still on?
Brian, are you still on?
I would also like to comment that there is a limitation on the height. The way the ordinance is drafted, if you aggregate 3 lots, the third or one of the 3 lots is limited to 35 feet in height. So that actually ends up resulting in an FAR reduction on what you could otherwise build today. Same with the setback language, where you're required to have an additional 5% of green space at the ground level. That effectively creates an additional squeeze on the lot coverage. So by adding those kinds of restrictions into the development on what's otherwise allowed, you are squeezing the building both from the sides and from the top down, which does affect valuation as well.
Okay. Is it Scott?
Scott Foxman is on.
Scott, one more minute. Go ahead.
Well, can you hear me?
Yep.
I didn't know that the lot aggregation was an issue for Joe and the other people on Ferry. In that case, I'll go with the group and be against it. If it's going to limit the proper development of 8, 9, and 10 Century Lane, and the people on Ferry Lane want to have more options to them, that's fine with me. I think then that legislation needs to be relooked at. And so I have no problem. As long as we have the ability to build to that height that everybody else can build to, that's my main concern. So I'll go with the other homeowners and be against it.
All right.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you. And we have some comments from the board, but I want to let you all know that as this board, all we're doing is making a recommendation to the commission. So I implore you to go to the commission hearing as well. Why don't we just start?
Can I just ask a question
Sure,
for
Tanya.
clarification?
Sure.
So you guys live, as people in certain little pockets around the city, live in this magic little corner of Old Miami Beach. Full disclosure for everybody, Steve Rhodes and I haven't seen you in, 10 years maybe, but our
Lucky you.
To whom
He's
was
a
that
good friend.
directed? To whom was that directed? No, Steve and I, our older kids used to be besties in preschool, and Steve and I started a business together. Steve started it and invited me to come on very early, and so I've spent a good amount of time at 8 Ferry Lane, which is amazing that I remember that address, not having thought of it in forever. And it is beautiful and charming and delightful in a million ways. So with that preamble, I ask this of Rogelio, not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. So if this version does not pass today, or if it gets to the commission, what other mechanisms might we have available to us as a community and as a city to try to preserve the character of place of this corner of the city while still protecting homeowners' investments in their homes and also allowing for thoughtful redevelopment that takes our resiliency needs into account?
Jesus, a loaded question.
Yeah, so that's the big, that's the
There-
big
And
challenge.
that's what we're trying to get to, right?
That's the big
I just don't know if this gets to that, given that one of the legs of the stool doesn't quite match, and depending on who you are, that leg might be different.
So there are many tools that we use to preserve character, ranging from height limits, lot aggregation limits, setbacks, design guidelines, slew of other things. What this ordinance tries to do is strike that balance. So it still allows you to develop an apartment building, a townhome, but it requires that those townhomes be of a smaller scale and that those apartment buildings be of a smaller scale by limiting their lot aggregation, so that they don't overwhelm the whole neighborhood. So that's what this ordinance is trying to get at, allowing you to continue to have your property rights. You're still able to develop an apartment building, but in a scale that fits with the single-family homes that remain in the area. So that's what this is trying to do. But there are other options that we could always look at. Height limits, setbacks, lot coverage requirements. There's a slew of tools that we use in planning and zoning to make things happen.
I mean, does it make sense to maybe try to collectively, you guys and the sponsor and staff, noodle this a little bit, see if now that these concerns have been raised, that maybe there's an opportunity to keep working at it before it gets voted on? I don't know if that's
Can I
appropriate.
comment before the,
Yeah.
maybe you answer? I just think that we're sort of tackling, from two different angles. There's the discussion today that comes up about just allowing the property owners to have flexibility to deal with their own properties in a neighborhood, which I'm with you, I think is the sweetest little street. I mean, it's a fascinating little lack of expression, mouse hole, you just want to go explore. I love the street, and I would love to stay the way it is forever, but you're in an environment where everything's changing around it, and it's not as necessarily sustainable, neighborhood because of, the water resiliency issues we're having. So I think we got to be careful. As much as we love it and we think it's a charming little street that is a cachet to our city, we got to make sure these property owners remain flexible in what they do with it.
And-
this is their investment.
and
this
that's
is-
why I'm
and
suggesting-
and this is an environment where everything is changing around it. So I think we got to be careful before we start imposing certain sort of.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting, maybe another month of conversation about what the priorities are of everybody involved, so that we can accomplish the goals that are set forth, but still protect the homeowners a bit. And I don't know, maybe there's no
Well,
more
have you
that
all
can be
had
done.
any meetings with anybody on this item? Like, has anyone reached out, or?
It just came out of the blue. We all of a sudden got a notice of this hearing.
Well, I recall seeing this at land use maybe 2 years ago, right? I remember seeing you, Joe, speak about this at land use.
Yeah.
And my internal question was, what is driving this? What is originating this ordinance?
Right. So,
But they don't want it, meaning they don't want any type
Right.
of restrictions or
Right.
impediment. I mean, that's
right,
what the
so how
residents
about,
are
just
saying.
to, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, there could be some balance. I think it sounds like the lot aggregation and the height limits are the real issue for you all to preserve the value of your property. I think probably some of this, there's a first part to it which would restrict the uses, one, daycare facility, religious institution, private and public institutions, schools, and commercial, commercial parking lots and garages. I think that those make sense in terms of preserving the, residential nature of the area, and those would make sense to me. Now, the parking lot and garages, I don't know if the standard or whatever apartment complex may be built on your property one day may need, I don't know if that would include that, so I would hesitate for that, because you'd want to make sure future buildings would have sufficient parking. But I also see, for them and for the Vistas from a traffic perspective, traffic perspective, not having any additional daycare facilities or religious institutions or other sort of schools, because that, we all can see, it can't handle any more saturation from a traffic perspective. So I guess I wonder how the residents feel about having a favorable recommendation to restrict the types of businesses that can be there. Surely an apartment building or townhomes could still be there, because that's not on this first list. I'm definitely against the combination or the aggregation issues or guidelines that are recommended, because clearly we hear how the neighbors feel. But I don't know how the neighbors feel about these other things.
Well,
and whether
let
we
me
should
give it a
throw
thought
all
and see
out.
if you guys will go with me on this. I think we should send it with an unfavorable recommendation, with a strong recommendation that there's been no community outreach whatsoever, and to Tanya's point, that we strongly encourage the interested party, whoever's behind it, or Alex, that they engage in community outreach, kind of give them an idea of where they're coming from and get their input, and see if they can come back with an ordinance that's more palatable to the, when you have 9 out of 9 residents that spoke against it, there's something wrong. And when I hear from them that there's been no outreach, so if the board would agree, I think we should pass it on negatively, but with that recommendation. And if anyone disagrees, just let me know, otherwise.
Yeah,
I
Mr.
would-
Chair, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
I would second that, but again, just listening to them, it doesn't seem like they want to have any type of discussion about
Right.
this, meaning, I'm not sure what additional public outreach would help. Let's say that there was someone in favor of this from the Vistas who's sitting with you right now. What kind of, compromise
Well,
would
to
you have?
Jonathan's point, there may be sections in here that they would welcome.
No, but I'm asking, I
Right.
don't know.
Like, you don't want any more commercial entities in there, right?
No, but,
Right.
Again, we don't want to, like, if a developer came along to put up a beautiful new building, that covered the whole area, and they wanted to have a ice cream store, gelato store downstairs, I mean, would we want to necessarily impose a restriction ahead of time on something like that? I don't know.
Well, I guess the question then, Joe, is so we have various options here. We can either pass this favorably, we can recommend it unfavorably, and we can give recommendations with either. So just because there's been no community outreach, do you think it would be fruitful? And they don't have to accept our recommendation, by the way. All we do is make a recommendation that we could pass this on with a negative, with unfavorable recommendation, but ask if they want to pursue it, that they have to engage in community outreach.
Okay, Bart, so you're saying you can either say yes or maybe? You
Well,
can't
no,
say
we would
no.
say favorable or unfavorable. My inclination is in light of all the residents that have spoken, that it would be unfavorable.
Unfavorable,
But that
okay.
if, I mean, there's someone
Yeah,
behind
if
this.
they want to reach out to us, I mean, do you guys agree with that?
That doesn't mean you have to agree with it, but
We can say no, but we can't stop it.
Right.
Is I think what you're saying.
But the question is if there's any recommendation, but I mean, I'm getting the feeling that this is something that's not driven at all by them.
Oh,
and
it's
that
not.
they're just not
Clearly.
interested.
Right,
And I
they
think
don't.
that, again, in the mind of flexibility, I don't think they're worried about, any development or projects at this point. That doesn't seem to be
All
on their radar. Am I speaking correctly?
Yeah,
Okay.
Then let's
So
pass
I
it.
think, I
Mr. Chair.
think there's no recommendation to give about that. I think that's pretty much
Okay.
a flat no from.
Mr.
All right.
Chair, if I could just
Yeah.
add one comment,
Yes.
I don't know if the board would agree with this, but I think we're all aligned in talking, caring deeply about residential housing. It's been the primary topic of conversation over the past how many years on this board. We can't then go back on that and essentially downzone into single-family homes where right now modest multifamily attainable housing would be able to be facilitated, right? It's one thing, okay, if you don't want to upzone, that's one thing. But we can't say that we're in a housing affordability crisis, in a housing crisis where we're losing full-time residents and then go and downzone, taking away private property rights
All right,
for arbitrary reasons.
all right, so let's move it unfavorably. Someone want to make a motion?
Motion to move with an unfavorable recommendation.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Mr. Cement, second by Ms. Beatty.
Correct.
Roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
You're very articulate on behalf of your neighbors. They should
Thank you
have a party
so
for you.
much, guys.
You're the
I didn't
president
get
of
to
the
read- I
association.
didn't get to read Kimberly's statement. She'll never
No,
forgive me.
Listen, I know Kim my whole life and I trust her, so.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks
guys
for coming
so
in, and
very
sorry you were
much.
towards the
I
end of the
appreciate
agenda.
your service. and
Yeah. But
thank
see, the
you.
benefit, you got to see us operate on the prior items that you kind of learned something, so.
I got to see you, Brian.
Love you. Take care. All right. Last but not least, planning board file, and sorry for you, I had to wait till the very end. 0230627 Sunset Harbor Restaurant Seating and Parking Requirements.
Okay, so this is an amendment to the land development regulations, specifically to the CD2 district regarding the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, and to the parking requirements for the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, which are under parking tier area, parking tier 2, area A. And so what this ordinance does is it provides some clarity for the regulations for Sunset Harbor. So currently, Sunset Harbor allows for restaurants that are this neighborhood. So currently, Sunset Harbor has a requirement that restaurants with more than 100 seats or an occupancy in excess of 125 persons, but less than 199 persons, be through a conditional use permit. This ordinance would allow for an increase in that number, and I want to say there's a typo in the ordinance that's before you from what was recommended by the Land Use Committee. So I'd like to read what it should state. So on page 160, if you look at number 4, Roman numeral 3, that underlined language that's there, that should read restaurants with alcoholic beverage licenses, alcoholic beverage license establishments in parentheses, in excess of 3,500 square feet of floor area, up to a maximum occupancy content of 299 persons, as determined by the fire marshal, and a maximum of 199 indoor seats. So this ordinance would allow for an increase in the maximum occupancy allowed in restaurants up to 299 persons. That would still require conditional use approval in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. Currently, they can only allow up to 199 persons occupancy. in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. So this allows for the planning board to consider a little bit larger of an occupancy than what is allowed today. The second thing the ordinance does is it modifies the parking requirements for restaurants in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. Currently, the requirements are if an establishment has less than 100 seats and does not exceed 3,500 square feet, there is no parking requirement. It's expected that anybody going to those establishments would be parking in the Sunset Harbor garage. They're smaller restaurants. And then it provides that establishments that exceed 100 seats and or 3,500 square feet of floor area, it requires one parking space for every 4 seats and one parking space for every 60 square feet of floor area not used for seating. This will modify that requirement to one parking space per 8 seats, and it maintains the one parking space per 60 square feet not used for floor area. And then it says up to a maximum of 199 seats. For establishments that exceed 199 seats, it requires one parking space per 4 seats and maintains the one space per 60 square feet of floor area not used for seating. So those are the two modifications.
And Rogelio, the garage there, do we know how utilized it is?
I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but I do know that there is plenty of capacity in that garage.
All right.
Hi, I'd like to, Tracy Slavens, 3800 Northeast First Avenue. I'm joined with Sarah De Los Reyes. I represent the developer of the 18 Sunset Project at 1759 Purdy. And the genesis of this ordinance was they have 2 restaurant tenants. One has signed a lease, and I can tell you the name. It's Uchiko, same as Uchi in Wynwood. They'll be opening a sushi restaurant in the building. And a second restaurant that's planned will either be French or Italian, and I think everyone will really enjoy going there once it's open. But the purpose of this ordinance was to allow for a larger capacity format restaurant. These restaurants are very successful, and they see a lot of potential demand in the Sunset Harbor, Belle Isle, neighborhoods for people that will be walking here, and ultimately people who will be ride sharing to these restaurants. So part of the ordinance, as Rogelio discussed, was to allow for a greater availability of seat count and occupancy in the restaurants, because Sunset Harbor has a specific limitation that doesn't exist in any other neighborhood in Miami Beach for restaurant seat counts and for occupancy. So we've worked with Sarah's team at the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association and received a unanimous approval for our proposed changes. We're happy with the first part as proposed in the item that's in the cover sheet. That's for Roman numeral 3 and of the conditional uses. But the proposal for the change to the parking requirements, what's printed here is different than what the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association voted on and what we as the proposers of these changes had recommended. So the idea is with a larger format restaurant, and also the idea that many people walk to the restaurants, that we have a parking garage that's completely underutilized. We have done a parking analysis. On average, at peak times, there's 165 available spaces at any given peak time. On any given weekend, we did a 30-day study. That the restaurants would be allowed one parking space per 8 seats, period. Not increasing to 8 seats for one size restaurant, but then once you go over 199 seats, going back to 1 per 4 seats, because our occupancy and our proposed seating is, for Uchi, for example, is 254 seats. So the ordinance as drafted here in front of you today doesn't match what we had submitted to staff and what the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association agreed on.
Tracy, remind me, the project that you're representing,
Yes.
did they have parking for the patrons?
They do have parking. They have approximately 92 parking spaces in their garage, and at one parking space per 8 seats plus 60 square feet of patron area, they can accommodate all of the parking within the building.
Okay, and then they also have the Sunset Harbor garage.
Correct, and all the parallel parking on the streets
Right,
as
okay.
well. So I would ask you today to make a recommendation with a modification to this ordinance to just require that over a certain, essentially deleting the underlined language after the word required. So essentially 1 parking space per 8 seats and 60 square feet of patron area not used for seating. for restaurants that are larger than 3,500 square feet or 100 seats, right? So the bigger restaurants have a reduced parking requirement. Otherwise, this doesn't accomplish anything for us.
Okay.
And so, and our parking studies show that this aligns with the demands in the neighborhood.
Sarah?
Tracy, what,
Sorry, hold on, Sarah, 1 second.
what month of the year, you said you did a parking study over 30 days?
We
When was
did it, it was, I believe, in April. And we have historical data because we've analyzed this parking garage as this 18 Sunset project has gone through planning board twice, design review board 3 times.
But who's counting?
And we're going back again to once this ordinance passes to adjust our CUP for the new number of seats. So we will do, we will be submitting another parking study and traffic study with that application in the fall.
Okay, so you have taken into account December peak Basel craziness?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the garage always seems half empty.
Okay.
Sarah?
Hi. Good afternoon, Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. We have had discussions about this, and the reason why we approved it was because it was like 199 seats on 6,000 square feet is great for us, because then you have less tables and you have separation of people in the table. So we felt that even though the restaurant will be 6,000 for the big piece of the restaurants, we'll have less people in the restaurant than traditionally the ordinance that we had before. So that was the main reason why. The only discussion that happened, which I know we're gonna have a discussion in the DRB, and you guys had discussion before, has to do with valet and queuing in front of the restaurant. Because that was a discussion that we had, that we wanted something behind the building to have valet behind or in front. So the queuing, the loft were really kind of watching about the queuing. So that's something that it could do a study or whatever you guys mentioned before, which I thought that was a great idea, to come back, and if it's too much queuing in front of the loft and in the restaurant, then something has to be
Is
changed.
that something you'll be coming to us with a CUP? Okay.
Yes.
We haven't done it yet.
Hopefully
Okay.
December or January.
Got it.
Right.
Okay.
So that was the only,
Right,
when
so
this.
you'll want to come to that hearing when
Well, and
they,
we'll be
yeah.
working together.
Yeah, I know you
We'll be
will. I know
working
you will.
together because, you know,
Okay.
that was the biggest issue that Adonis had. And I'm happy that the fire department got involved and the amount of
And I'm
seats, whatever.
assuming what Tracy said, you're supportive of.
I'm
of the
supporting of.
the parking
yes,
requirement she's
we
talking
are.
about? Okay.
We are.
Okay,
We passed the whole thing.
okay.
Major
right.
discussion, took a while.
Yeah.
I had a question. I have no problem with the extra occupancy. I think area can handle it. Upscale restaurant, it's fine, you know. But I have a question about the parking. So if it remains 1 space per 4 persons, and you don't get the 1 space per 8 persons, then what's the problem? You have to pay a parking in lieu fee?
Yes.
Okay, so that bothers me because I like you to pay a parking in lieu fee because that supports the trolley. It supports the bike lanes, building of bike lanes. And you're a big, expensive, successful restaurant, Uchi in Miami, Uchi in Austin. You could afford it. So how much money are we talking about that you don't want to pay for the parking in lieu?
It calculates to over $1 million.
Over
and-
a year?
Yes, and the challenge also.
Wait a
is
minute, the parking in lieu fee,
It's $40,000 per space.
that's okay, but nobody pays it all up front. What is it? You pay it, I mean, Maculina's told us theirs would be 50,000 per year because they were adding an extra 100 people. So I think yours would probably be about the same.
I don't know what Maculina is doing. I don't represent them, but
It was the same
our-
thi-
Yeah, our calculations are that it's over $1 million. But for, you know, the reality is that people don't park that way, and when they go out to dinner in Miami Beach, particularly in Sunset Harbor, it's a little different from Alton Road. But in Sunset Harbor, there is not only an ample supply of parking, but most people are pedestrian. And so, you know, or utilize rideshare, and there's freebie service in Sunset Harbor. So, you know, our thought was really one of efficiency, and making sure that this doesn't create effectively some sort of hardship that scares away tenants, right? And we want this building to be successful. We want to be able to attract the Class A restaurant spaces or tenants, and you know, we feel strongly that the parking requirements are overinflated for what the uses and the usage actually is. And I am a resident of Sunset Harbor, and so you know, I'm very familiar with how the neighborhood operates and how busy it is and when, and I can tell you it's not that busy.
It's not
Well,
busy
I'm
at
a
all.
major customer of Sunset Harbor.
There we go.
So I drive there. So
And again, we do still have over 92 parking spaces in the building. So
yeah,
it's-
so I was going to ask, because Brian, that was a good question. So if you have 92, is that also for the residents that are going to be living in that building? Is that for everybody, or is that just for the restaurant?
the way that the leasing has worked out in the building and what the planning board last approved was that the middle floors of the building are office. So the peak times for office are during the day.
Yeah.
And then the top floor is residential and residential office. And approximately 4,000 square feet of the top floor has been leased by AP. They're a watch company, and they're going to have a residential office space in that unit. And then I guess the northern half of the floor is still under negotiation for a tenant, but it is looking like that will also be a residential office space.
So how many people are going to be living there, if they really do live in the residential
At
office?
most 2 or 4.
Yeah, okay, so basically all the parking is going to be for the restaurant.
Right.
In the evening, so all right, that makes it sound a little better. But it kills me that we're not going to get that money for the trolley, for the people who can't afford cars, you know?
You will get the mobility fee payment, so that is still coming.
How much is that?
I don't have the math with me, but it's a lot.
Yeah, and Gale, tenants in there are really struggling. It's kind of
All right, well,
concerning.
okay, so I'm not like as strict now because I heard some good stuff. All right.
For the fee in lieu, they are not eligible for the annual payment because it's new construction. The annual payment is only possible if you're doing a change of use. So if you have a retail space going to a restaurant and you increase the parking requirement, those are eligible for an annual payment, which is 2% of the total impact fee on an annual basis. But because it's new construction, they're not eligible for that. They have to pay the whole fee up front. Which
Yeah, personally, I think Sunset Harbor's just become such a dynamic neighborhood that should be a model for places like Washington Avenue, even West Avenue. I love the walkability. You can live your whole life in that couple block area. And I think collectively as a city, we need to take a more progressive approach to urban planning and particularly our parking requirements. What is the point of having one of these micro 5-10 minute mini cities where you're able to walk everywhere, whether it be your grocery store, your gym, your schools, your restaurants, if we're burdening it with parking requirements? So this is the progressive direction of urban planning that we want to move our city in.
So my concern with the parking is that with all, we've seen so many new restaurants planning to come in. And so I don't, right now, sure, it's dead right now. Sunset Harbor's dead, but we already know, we've heard of all these new projects that are coming in. We have the new members-only club. We have the one that's on the corner of was it Bay Road and
Well, you have the Harbor Club that we approved, and then they're opening an all-day brunch spot across the street.
right, and then you have on the Alton facing side, that whole Pura Vida complex. It's not called that, but you know what I'm talking about. And so I guess
But they're building a garage, remember?
They have a garage,
Right.
right? But with all this additional traffic coming to Sunset Harbor, I understand that some tenants are struggling. I don't think that this is going to fix that. You know, I don't think at all because those tenants aren't affected.
No, I was
by
talking
it.
about making them pay the parking in lieu.
Right. Okay. So,
Financially.
so I guess and let me understand. So it's we still are having supervision, or CUP is still required up to 199 persons.
Seats.
But that's limited. You can only have up to 199 persons in up to 3,500 square feet. And then we're extending it that if you have more than 3,500 square feet, you can have up to 299 people. Okay, and then changing the parking.
That's correct.
Yeah. So listen, I don't know the intent of the original, reasons of having the smaller restaurants in Sunset Harbor. limited, capped at 199. I have a concern about sort of doing it for this one particular vendor or restaurant who's going in one particular space. Then next thing you know, all of these other restaurants are coming to us and saying, well, we want to increase to $299, and Sunset Harbor just gets, it starts bursting at the seams. And so I'm a bit concerned. I take into consideration, what the neighborhood association is representing to us, that it was unanimous.
Well, besides that, 6,000 square feet, that's the restaurant they're gonna put there. So 299 people on 6,000 square feet, it's not super crowded.
So that makes sense. What I'm saying is looking forward to 10 years from now, when you have a restaurant that comes in that's not 6,000 square feet, but 3,501 square feet,
199. Right.
then if they have 3,501 square feet, they're going to be allowed to have an additional 100 people. And
They would need to go in front of you as the planning board for a CUP, and I think they also
And
need
the
to
fire,
meet
the fire
marshal.
code. They make the decision, really, to be honest with you. And this whole deal, it says if they read the ordinance, the fire department is the one that's gonna really set the amount of size of people that can be put in there. So if they do that, like you said, 3,500 square feet, and add one more, they're not gonna be able to put 299 there.
so where did the 3,500 square feet come from? Like, why not make it something more akin to, or more, related to this one? I mean, I hate spot zoning, but
We started there.
We started.
That's the draft that we submitted to staff, created a 5,000 square foot threshold for this larger format restaurant, but it was edited in the process. So the language has changed.
What's
which-
before you is legislative. You're not approving a project today. So,
I get
so
it.
whatever number the planning board wants to recommend has to be based on a broad-based planning exercise. You're not approving a project.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is I don't like the concept of saying 3,500 square feet, but the fire department will never allow that. So don't worry about the 3,500 square feet. It doesn't make sense that it seems sort of arbitrary to me to add an additional 100 people. And I'm really wondering, other than this one restaurant, what is the need for this in this neighborhood?
Well, before, it used to be 299, right, Nick?
used to be
And
more than
then
that.
Sunset Harbor got laws passed to reduce their occupancy for restaurants to 199. And
That's
it's the only neighborhood in our city that did that overlay. So now they're trying to go back to, I guess, what it was. But what was the reason to keep it at 199? I think just to keep the little residential friendly, cozy little neighborhood.
Initially, I wasn't around when that was done. That I've been here 10 years, and that predates me. That number. I assume it's because they wanted to encourage smaller restaurants at that time. But the restaurant market is changing. We're seeing these larger luxury restaurants coming into South Beach, and so maybe that number needs to change a little bit in order to accommodate changes in
I mean,
in the
Jonathan, the
restaurants.
reason why I don't mind going up to 299 is because you could split that big restaurant into two separate restaurants.
Exactly.
And then you can have 150 and 150. And it's
than
the same amount of people in the same amount of space. So that's why it doesn't really bother me. That's why
Our rationale was that if you had 6,000 square feet and you divide it by a partition, you have 3,000 square feet on each. One can put 199 and 199. That's 400 people. So at least I reduced it by 100, making it 299. So that's why we felt that number was the right number, because it reduced the size of the tables being separated versus like cramming it in. On top of, you do have the fire department can tell you that you cannot have that amount, probably will not be able to have that amount in 3,000 square feet. You're not gonna have 3,000.
Yeah, I think you guys did a great job reinventing your neighborhood, making it a high-end restaurant destination, which I love, and I think it's a great idea to go in that direction. So they're gonna have the same I think everything's gonna be turning into a restaurant there, and it's gonna have the same occupancy, whether we.
Gail, why don't you move it?
Well, I'm not gonna move it because I don't like
She doesn't like the fee.
the money,
But the
Oh.
money-
but
Okay.
I'll vote for it.
All right, someone want to move it? Anybody want to move?
I'll move it.
Okay.
I asked
Were
it-
we going to include any? Oh, go
With
ahead,
the
Tracy.
amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that you struck out. Do we have to read back that amendment, or staff, you're good including that?
Just for clarity, so it'll be, with the typo that I read, the language would be that restaurants with alcoholic beverage licenses, alcoholic beverage establishments in excess of 3,500 square feet floor area, up to a maximum occupancy content of 299 persons, as determined by the fire marshal, and a maximum of 199 interior seats. So that's for number 4.3. And then striking the language that was being added for the proposed parking requirement regarding 4 up to 199 seats, and then for establishments that exceed 199 seats, 1 parking space per 4 seats and 1 space per 60 square feet of floor area not used for seating shall be required, that language would be stricken.
Yes.
That would be perfect.
Yep. I'll move that.
And
What he said.
Yeah.
All right, so this is, we have a motion by Mr. Magazine. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Second by Ms. Beatty. Roll call. Ms. Beatty? Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Tracy, what are you going to do with that extra $1 million? Maybe you could donate a little bit to
No,
the neighborhood association.
We want him to buy the other area so they can build a nicer in that
Yes.
corner parking lot that's like a eyesore.
We want to get
Being
rid of the
able to
jet
use it.
ski rentals.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what we want to get rid of. That would be great.
I thought that new restaurant we approved was getting rid of the jet ski
No,
rental.
it's no. Bars
That's-
and beer, it's only that.
that's-
a separate lease. I know, I already,
Check
I've
that
been,
out.
No, but
I've been fighting.
What
I've
they
been fighting
told us
that
was
one.
that because they were gonna have to use their spots in the parking lot for like loading or
No.
or
Yeah.
trash.
Yeah, they were gonna-
would have to vacate.
I
from
truly hope so. I take pictures every month. I send them to the lawyers because it's an eyesore. It is an eyesore. It's really terrible what they have put in there. It should have been cars.
It should at least be like buffered so you can't see it.
Well, forget about buffers. There should be only cars, not like jet skis and boats and everything else they have there. It's like a junkyard. That's what it is.
That go with the new project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, that's it for the day, and please remember, we're going to move the marina discussion to October since it's such a short agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, and we'll also have the discussion on lot splits and unit size.
And we will still be in here presumably?
We'll still be in here in October. November, we might be moving to the New World Symphony because they'll start setting up here for Art Basel. And then we'll see where we end up in December and January.
The grant.